Please come to the stage. May the panelists please come to the stage. Yeah, any seat. Choose anyone. Any seat that you feel comfortable. Yeah, please do. Please do. Yes. So who are we missing? As it all of us, I think. May I ask that we close the doors as we start, just also to ensure there's the air conditioning circulation works better, and also to try and limit movement. Perfect. This is the last but one session and should be very quick, and mindful that we're starting this session a bit late. And I can assure you, these are industry people. They're not government people. They don't talk non-stop. You start seeing the difference. Even the document from the industry, 13 pages, everything in. With us, the preamble and preamble 1 and 2, and sub-conclusion, and then quotations, so they don't do that. So we'll be very quick. And I'm not sure, I'll take you in the order that you are appearing on the program. Grain SA, we are here. Okay. Sorted. Oh, Grain SA by woman, finally. Yeah, no, good change. Good change, that's good. Fruit SA, not. Okay. PSA, oh, perfect. And NERPO has got the new rep. Yes. Oh, why am I looking this side and here? Okay. Anne is a woman during this Women's Month. This is a Women's Month, right? No. This is a Women's Month. This one. The other one is but this one. Okay. NERPO sorted. And we've got SAPA. SAPA poultry. No? Is it because of the avian flu? They can't do online. We need to see them. Okay. Egg piece. Here. Great. Your script is the same. You follow from the. Did I skip you? But I looked at you twice. Sorry. RPO, thank you. Thank you very much. It's because there's a lot of absenteeism here, so I was just worried. Okay, but it's good that they are not here so that we will have focused discussion. And then we'll also have time to scanner when they are not here. It makes it easier. And so yeah, so that's good. Let's get started. Basically, I know you probably have prepared presentations, but what we're interested in is basically challenges. You see, we can sit in government boardrooms and sit there for many years and Google stuff and read stuff and then believe that's the problem that is facing the industry. And we come out and try and look and we see that whatever we're doing is irrelevant to the reality out there. Hence, we invited you to come and tell us today. What is it? I can assure you this is the official research conference of the country, agricultural research. Any other ones that are happening wherever by the other companies that came while ARC was on sabbatical, you know that there's another research modeling company that while we were on a sabbatical, they took the space. So we are reclaiming our space back. This is the official. So presenting in this one, you are talking to government. I can assure you. And so let's allow you this opportunity. In brief, overview, in brief what you do, but zoom into what you consider critical challenges that require answers in the form of research. We starting, this is a women's month, so we start with the gentlemen. Women will go last. Let's start with RPO. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. I'm a little bit in the deep side. I started this job last week. The previous week, I was still sitting at the University of the Free State alongside my colleagues here. And I was actually informed on Saturday that I have to be here today. But yeah, it's great to be here. Quick on challenges, I'm representing the Red Meat Producers Organization. I'm Frikkie Maria, new CEO of the organization. I took over from Mr. Gerhard Skutte, who have resigned at the end of January. So if we talk about problems or issues in the red meat industry, what's the answer when you ask a farmer that question? What's the biggest problem in the industry? Price. All right, so it doesn't matter which industry we talk to, the problem is always price. The thing is, the problem is not a problem. Price is the what do you call it, the outcome or the effect of the problem. When you look a bit deeper into the industry, I believe that our biggest challenge at this stage is the animal health status of the country. And that is a challenge because we do not have a traceability system. How many countries in Africa? Any guess? How many countries in Africa? 50. How many have traceability systems? All except one, South Africa. And we think we are one of the leaders on the continent. It's not a case when it comes to traceability. So when we can fix traceability in South Africa, that means with future foot and mouth outbreaks, we can create geofencing. We can say where the animals come from. Exports can continue. When we fix traceability in the country, at one or other point we will at least know how many animals we have. Because we have no idea how many animals is in South Africa. The last animal census was done in 1998. After that, it was updated with indexes. How do you do supply forecast if we don't know how many animals there are? If we have a good traceability system, then we can start to regain our OIE status. Then we can start to export again to countries where we really deserve a premium. So there's many other issues on farm level, predation, animal or stock theft, the climate. But most of them are causing this price issue that everyone is looking into. But according to me, yes, the biggest challenge at this stage is traceability and to regain our animal health status. Thanks.
I told you. I can't reach. I told you. They don't write a lot of things. Now we know. Big problem. We didn't even know. We thought we are fine. Thank you very much, RPO. Let's take Grain SA. I just want to make a basket of food.
I think the good news is that all of the priorities and challenges have actually already been set this morning. So it just shows us that as industry and government and the research community, we're actually a lot more aligned than one would really think. For us as Grain SA, sustainability and profitability of all grain and oilseed producers in South Africa is our primary priority. Across the value chain, there's a lot of challenges that exist. This includes infrastructure, which hasn't been mentioned today, climate change, food security, and also inputs in terms of agrochemicals, but also machinery. Ideally, what we would like to see from the research community is something that is proactive, to be able to deal with the challenges before they become crises. There's also a lot of room for us to better transfer the existing knowledge, the existing technologies to farmers, to make sure that the information and the techniques are accessible to everyone. In terms of primary production, there's a couple of things that I will highlight. High-yielding, resilient crops is high on the list. In terms of plant health, we need to protect our yields against losses incurred by cosmopolitan pests and diseases, and also against weeds. We also need to stay on top of biosecurity threats, not only for our local production, but also to protect our export markets. Climate change has been mentioned a couple of times today. We need to have a very strong knowledge base on what does climate change impacts mean for our farmers on ground level. Once we know that, we would be in a better position to come up to response plans in terms of how do we then deal with these challenges. Something that is really close to my heart is long-term experimental trials. And we need a lot more of these, because this is where we can really play around, test things, fail, but then also come with two solutions. In the previous discussion, robust weather data was also mentioned, and this is so critical for some of the new technologies coming to market for decision-making tools. In terms of new technologies, precision ag, new breeding techniques, there's a lot of exciting things happening in this space, and we need to keep on top of it and also make sure that this is accessible for all. As a last point, human capital is one of our biggest, biggest blessings, but also our biggest challenges. We have amazing researchers, many of them are in the ARC, but we need to make sure that we're continuously working on training young researchers to work with industry, to take up the real world challenges, and to address the challenges that farmers are facing every day. Now, Chair, I said in the beginning, it's good that we are aligned. But I think we come also to this challenge that we know what the priorities are. We know what a lot of these challenges are. So what are we going to do about them? And how are we going to work together to address these challenges and come with solutions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And yes, and it's good that I thought you won't be brave enough to bring NBT here. So, yeah, we're going to discuss. Scientists don't fight. Scientists, they put a lot of reasoning until somebody's reasoning finish, and then that's science. So we're going to get into that discussion. It's one discussion about those who don't know. In South Africa, we regulate genetically modified organisms. There's law, 1999, 2000, and then we say anybody and everybody who works on the genes of organisms for whatever reasons, whether it's producing vaccine, we say that is GMO. The industry, while we were on sabbatical, found a way, and then they're doing something to do with genes. I don't know what they do, and they say, no, these are new breeding techniques. These are new breeding technologies. So that's where we are going to talk. That's why we are here. Thank you very much. And let's take Nerpo.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and representing the voices of the emerging sector. Certainly the term emerging is not palatable to some of our members because they keep saying, for how long can we emerge? As long as you are still growing and not yet fully commercialized, or whether you are commercialized, you continue to emerge to the next level. So it's highly contentious. And I'm also taking it from the point of view that I myself have been a sheep producer. I'm also a beef cattle farmer. I've done chicken production, so I'm imaging some of them have gone out of business. So there is, and I relate to most of the challenges that I'm going to speak about here. You did discuss these, I think, in your earlier sessions. I wasn't privy to those meetings in the mornings. Certainly from the information that was shared by RPO here, my colleague, price is a big factor, but we wouldn't put it as the priority factor from our sector side. Our sector side has the greatest challenge of access to resources. And this is a structural defect, I think, that we see in the setup, that it has become normalized that some people must live in the communal areas. Some people will live in restrained or limited environments. So that's a big defect that certainly government can only look at and deal with issues related to access to resources and also infrastructure. To what extent research can address that, I think it's more of a policy issue. So much of our research has been going on relative to issues of making sure that the main product is harvested, which is meat. But meat has other products that are related to it, which is leather, wool, and also hair. And these value chains are not prioritized. And then the other issue is that beef is the main commodity in the country, followed by sheep. So goat as a commodity has very limited research. You name it, from production aspects to health aspects, all aspects around that particular commodity. So when we look at it, we still come back and we say, whatever technologies are being applied, there is an issue of structural defects that need to be addressed, mainly through the department, to be able to come to full realization of technologies that have been developed before. So our main key issue is, or appeal is, we need structure for our members, grassroots structure. Where there is no structure, it's impossible to apply technologies or research that will increase efficiencies in the systems. So most of the farmers or our constituencies are unstructured. They are not affiliated to any organization. So even knowledge sharing becomes a task of tick boxes. ARC goes out, you train a particular segment, you leave, and then there's another commodity or group that comes in, they train, they leave. So you are training individuals, and there is completely no structure, it's haphazard. Because one, it comes from the farmers themselves. At grassroots, we are failing to mobilize. So that comes back to ourselves as commodity organizations, that we are needing to come down and make sure that at district or municipal level, we have farmer associations or groups that when the ARC or the department desires to give knowledge development activities, they work through these structures, and then there is opportunity now to capture information, data that's missing. I think my colleague alluded to it, that with cattle we have no idea what numbers we are dealing with. So there is guesstimates and indices that we are using in the industry because of the fractured nature of our systems. So for us, we would appeal to the ARC to say, can we come back and deal with rural sociology issues when we are looking at research? Certainly, we are appreciating the work that's happening with the food systems, pasture and field management, reproductive technologies, which ARC is excelling, breed improvement, but we are saying you are neglecting a key component on rural sociology, so that there is structure. If we look at systems, for example, in Germany, before a farmer could actually qualify as a farmer, they go through training, almost a year. But for us, is as long as you are sitting on a piece of land, whether you are a livestock keeper or you have one goat with 3 legs, you are considered a farmer. So that is where things are missing, and we are appealing. Rural sociology would be a key component that will help us to close the gaps, and then we are able then to pick up on technologies that you are developing. We also want you to keep the focus on the leather value chain, which we see the West and Europe is also putting effort towards. Leather and also wool production. There is some support that's coming through the National Wool Growers Association, but that's very limited. So you find that the producers are not putting effort to keeping the wool clean, neither are they putting effort to producing an animal with a clean hide, no scars, no marks, because there is no value that's given towards the hide at the point of sale. So you sell your winner at low price, and also you lose your hide. So those are key components that we are calling the ARC and related institutions to look at and also support us with developing our structures at grassroots up to national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nerpo. You see, the problems are now converging, so we're going to have to present this big post-conference recommendations to the department. And don't worry, we've got them, we've got it covered because it will go, that's why we got the provincial departments here. So now we've got ARC, we've got industry. We're already getting into the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. So when we present it there, I don't see how it cannot be achieved. Let's take PSA.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dirk Uys from PSA, by the way, it's Potato South Africa. PSA is a prostrate check, just for everybody. It's knowledge if you didn't know that. Yeah, and I understand everybody in South Africa, we've got one thing in common, and that is we all love potatoes. So it's really great to be here, and I'm very glad to see that there's a bit of a celebration tonight about the history of potatoes at this particular institute. And I think it's also good, just before I go to our focuses and challenges, is just to also reflect a bit on what research has done in the potato world. And if one goes back 50 years ago, the average potato yield was about 25 tons a hectare. Our national average is now close to 50, so we've doubled it in 25 years. And I think that's all due to mainly research and a bit of water. So if I can start with maybe just looking at, from Potato South Africa, where is our focus and to take our industry forward. The first important issue is how do we look after our soil? Obviously, potatoes are underground, so soil is really important to us and the health of the soil. And I think also with existing research that we have with the ARC amongst others and our sister organizations like Grain South Africa, remember potatoes shares a farm, we only plant on about 1/5 of the farm, so we really need to look at crop rotation systems, and it's, for us it's very important to understand the dynamics underground in the health of soil. Going with soil health is obviously water health as well, and that to me is quite a big concern if I look at where some of the water systems are going. The second important focus for us really is how do we use data and digital technology to make better decisions. We got heaps of information, but how do we mine this? And sometimes we tend to reinvent the wheel, and I don't think it's always necessary. So is there ways of really using data and just elevating our decision-making abilities? Then the third important focus for us is how do we improve our quality of our potatoes? If we can get better quality, it'll last longer, and we can send it further and start exporting potatoes in those seasons when the citrus guys can't export, for example, when the grape guys are between seasons. That of course is a dream for us. And then the fourth focus area is new uses for potatoes. The challenge of a potato is people buy it on appearance. As my colleagues often say, people buy skins and not potatoes. So it's really about what do we do with the lower grade potatoes. I think there's a lot of opportunities there, considering that there's still some goodness behind that. So then maybe looking at what challenges we face, I think obviously, and many of the other industries will probably have the same problem, is input costs. That has increased a lot. Break-even point is really shrinking. The second one is the whole thing around silos. People trying to do their own thing. I think it's really important for us to work together across commodity groups. And then the third challenge that I see is there's a lot of wonderful new innovations coming through. we spoke about the new breeding techniques. You mentioned it now. How do we get these things approved? I think in that lies a lot of opportunity. And then the other side is working with input companies, the multinationals that are bringing new innovations into the country, really making it easier for innovation to be accepted in this country. And I know it's often new, but how do we legislate this, and how do we legislate it faster? To me, that is really a big challenge. Then maybe looking at enablers, I think first of all, the first major enabler is working together, working across industries. And I'm actually very proud of the relationship that the potato industry has with the grain industry, as an example, that really works. And then the second one is our new era farmers or transformation farmers. This to me is really very important. It's not only unlocking a key, but it's also a way to really rejuvenate those rural areas, those plattelanddorpies. So yeah, to maybe conclude, what are the big ones? And as I said, it's really about working together and finding commonality. And we spoke about research farms earlier today, and I think maybe there's opportunities to work over crops on communal research farms owned by government, for example, because commercial farmers don't really always have that type of facility. So that maybe is a quick win. And as I say, about 20, 30 years ago, they had this saying, gezondheid uit die grond uit, the goodness of the earth, and I think that to me really is a big focus. How do we get the most out of our soils and look after it? Thanks.
All right, and thank you very much. Yeah, somebody wrote PSA, so there's PSA in government, so I don't know, I just, how you come into the, I mean, who could meet potato, could have just written potato, so then we would have known. But thank you very much, Potato South Africa, and Eggbis. From there we start talking.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Theo Boshoff, CEO of Eggbis. So colleagues, I think that's already been mentioned. It would probably be remiss of me not to mention the GMO MBT issue. But I just want to contextualize it a little bit in terms of what the industry ask is. We understand, and again, disclaimer, I'm not a scientist myself, so I don't always understand the scientific differences between these organisms, but I do understand the trade implications of them. So my understanding is that GMOs were first regulated in 1997. We had the GMO Act. Since then, a lot of new technologies have been developed. I've heard them call it new breeding techniques, precision-based organism, genome editing, and again, half of that goes over my head. But I think the challenge from the industry side is that in our trade relations, I mean, 40% of our agricultural trade goes to the African continent. Many of them, if anything is labeled a GMO, it's a no-go area. That's sort of a non-tariff barrier that we cannot get to. So the challenge from the industry side is really just, and I think I should say just expressly first, these things have to be regulated. So we're certainly not asking that they're unregulated. I mean, anything when you get, whether there's genome editing or however it works, certainly there has to be regulation. But a fit-for-purpose regulatory framework is, I think, really what the industry would need. So essentially the ask from government side is simply that, considering what the trade implications might be of these products being labeled GMOs when other countries, Malawi for instance, I know other African countries, the EU is treating them slightly differently. Can we start the conversation? Can we open the conversation to say, if there are GMOs, there's a specific type of GMOs potentially, and maybe they require a different label or a different form of regulation, just to prevent some of the unintended consequences. So really just so we can start that conversation, that's really the request. So with that one out the way, I think just 3 other quick points. I'm so glad the colleague from KZN mentioned soil conservation. It's absolutely, absolutely vital. I mean, with the Chief Director Bosecha, I mean, we've been working for 10 years, I think, on the preservation development of agricultural land bill. Hopefully it comes through Parliament soon. But the concept of having protected agricultural areas is so vital, not just for the producers, but for the entire value chain. If you start losing too much agricultural land, you might lose a farm here and there to and the winelands, for instance, for development, a residential development or a mine in Mpumalanga, eventually your whole ecosystem starts falling apart because there's only a matter of time if you lose enough producers that the silo or the pack house is no longer economically viable. And then obviously you get deindustrialization in the rural areas, you start losing a lot of jobs. So I think that is a vital, vital piece of legislation that we need. The trade priorities, we have, I think, a private sector with a various value chain roundtables, and the department has done excellent work opening up a lot of markets through getting phytosanitary agreements in place so that we can export more products to more markets. The challenge that we have currently is that as these non-tariff barriers we're chipping away these non-tariff barriers, we still face significant tariff barriers in a lot of these same markets, which price us out of the market when compared to competitors from Chile, from Australia, from New Zealand. So I think the greater integration and greater cooperation between DIRCO, DALRRD, and the DTIC, of course, with industry, so we can have a data-driven approach in terms of which countries do we see a lot of potential, which countries do we need to start negotiating preferential trade agreements for, even if it's only a couple of tariff lines focusing on agricultural products. A good example I heard the other day, which I was shocked, but it's, if you think about the size of these economies, the other BRICS countries, we do more trade with China excluded, we do more trade with Eswatini than we do with any of the other BRICS countries. But obviously these are huge markets with huge potential, so we need to start having these conversations. Then finally, I think just the last point from my side, and this might be a very interesting, again, research topic, is the concept of ESG, environmental social governance, I think is incredibly important in the agricultural sector. You have international standards linked to your accounting standards for reporting, and a lot of companies, I think, are seeing ESG a bit as a compliance burden. You know, it's additional boxes you need to tick, it's additional costs that you have to incur. But when you start swinging that conversation to see what the potential benefits is, if you have good governance systems in place, if you have, from a social point of view, if you know, it de-risks your business if you are, you know, good relations with the local communities, with your labor force, and of course good environmental practices. A lot of financial institutions, for instance, will start seeing this as a real tangible benefit, that your business is less risky. So I think there's a lot of potential to be done in that regard. Sorry about that, but that was my last point, so I think that played me off. Thank you very much.
And you are still on time, it's not me. Thank you very much. A round of applause to all our presenters. Now that all is set, now let's get talking. Let's get to come up with solutions. Now we've been able to beautifully articulate problems. And I started the NBT deliberately because we have not been talking, we've been writing each other letters. They write a letter, it goes through to minister, and then I also respond, it goes through to minister, and that's what we've been doing. Both of us were wrong. Nobody ever called a meeting, let's talk. Then we bring all scientists and I lock them in there and say, when I come back, you must tell me if you agree or not. If you don't, I'll bring other scientists from another country. And also, the scientific world, the beauty of it is that these things are happening elsewhere. So it's not like if other worlds, other parts of the world are going west, we're just going to go east. But I'm glad that discussion, I just put it here so that you understand that there's no hostility. We are regulators. Unfortunately, in most cases, regulators like speed cops are not your friend, sometimes, depending. So we also are like that. We just need to be convinced otherwise. And we also need research. We came up with this concept of today and tomorrow and the following day, where we're going to want science to assist us to regulate better. That's the essence. If we were lazy, we could have said in there, and the regulations that I found in 1999, I'll just continue using them. Well, some of us still do. But those that were, I used the example of Act 36 of 1947. And that is the most updated piece of legislation that we have in our suite of laws. Now, those that came after 1947, registrars were lazy. I must just be that blunt. Because if we can get this, we cannot fault Act 36 now. There's no need to amend it. except some wording that predates the Constitution, which we know what they imply. The essence of what that piece of legislation does, it's been updated. So we can work, and it's because of the collaboration of that registrar with the scientific world. They used to fight. They even had to have interministerial task team because they were fighting. Eventually, they found one another. The last 5 years, I've not seen any court case against, and that is the most scientific law of all the other laws, if you can think of, in the country. But yet, there's convergence. So that's what we need to, that's where we need to start. Start talking, and registrars, some of them are here, start doing your job. Just basic as that. Registrars in government, if you do your job, and if you sit where other scientists sit, and be with them and sit where farmers sit, not in the boardroom, there's no farmers in the boardroom, you're just going to go theory. If you meet with farmers, you get to understand things better. Thank you. So, let's start talking. I'm going to allow questions, again like we did. Please, again, you saw how short they were, quick, short, especially because it's after lunch and it's about to be load shedding, so we want to rush home. So, you start your question with what, why, how, who. If you do that, I'm sure you'll see, after wait number 6, you'll be done. Let's start this side. Going once, twice, gone. This side, chairperson of ARC Council, gentleman at the back. Specify who you are directing the question to. Let's start with you, Chair. Where's the mic? Okay. So after lunch, the mic people also, it happens that if they say, what is this thing that I'm holding? They forgot that it's supposed to be used here. It happens to all of us. It's a lunch syndrome.
Good afternoon, everybody. One question. When are we going to do the traceability? Who is going to be involved? And what is the deadline for all livestock in the country? Thank you.
So I guess you are directing that to the department.
I'm actually directing it to everybody because it's a joint initiative that both provinces, industry that's involved, ARC and the department, and maybe it should be our first joint partnership project.
Crystal clear question. Next, this side.
Thank you very much. My question is actually in support with the previous question. As NEPO had a meeting with RPO with regard to the current suggested methods of traceability that has been put in place, so that we don't leave behind the smallholder farmers behind on this one. Thank you.
Let me get it clearly. You're asking whether RPO and NERPO are talking together, because you heard that NERPO is implementing some leads. You see, I can even read minds. Here, there's a gentleman at the back, and then here as well to the front.
Good afternoon, I'm Michael from the ARC. My question is to any one of the panel members with regard to GMOs and new breeding technologies. We all understand in South Africa our regulatory processes largely deal with the process as opposed to the end products. I'm not saying the process is not important, but are we not better off also looking into regulating the end product? For example, if you see a GM-made seed and a sachet of soup in the supermarket, if you see the cocktails of chemicals that are in that sachet of soup, and if you compare the safety of those two products, you cannot really even start
to question GMO.
Yeah. So are we not better off also really start regulating the end product as opposed to the process only? Thank you.
Perfect. Clear? This side? There's one in front, two in front. Yeah.
Thanks very much, DDG. My question to our industry partners.
You must stand. The camera wants to see you.
My question to our industry partners, we work with some of you very well and we have exciting partners on the ground, but very often we find we are saying, can you give me this? Can you make sure that this number of farmers are benefiting or that the innovation plugs into something? But my question to each of you today is to say, if you are looking for a partnership with government, what is your essential ingredients that need to be in each of them? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, DDG. Mine is related to just the previous speaker that we are funding a lot of projects in government. How is the industry possibility of partnering with one of those projects and programs that we have funded? Thank you.
Perfect. This last one, this side.
Sorry, Chair. Well, sorry, I already got the mic.
Oh, you got the mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give him a chance first.
Oh, you go. You go.
Thank you, Chair. Now, 3 things was mentioned during the discussions up to now. One presenter mentioned Lusiki Siki. You've mentioned the kind of umbrella body which must be put in place for research to have a common goal. And the lady from NERPO also mentioned the development of the social component. And that brought me to my question. When will there be a body developed or put in place like an umbrella body which can coordinate training to develop small-scale farmers? The ARC in Potchefstroom are on a daily basis involved in training, and I believe many of the other institutes as well. I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, we've trained almost 200 farmers in KwaZulu-Natal since November up to now, in Northwest and Northern Cape, almost, I think, 150. But it's also that solo thing or silo thing. There's no follow-up. There's no control whether the farmers understand what we trained them. We don't know whether they got involved in the agricultural system. So I believe, my question, when will there be a body to also coordinate all the training so that there can be progress?
Good question. It's like research. So you're asking, everybody comes, and if they come because they give food, there's a training for poultry. Even when I went last week, because there's like, oh. So that's what is happening now. So you're saying, but isn't it time that we have one coordination point that all agricultural training in the country is channeled through, in the same way as we want to channel research? Got it? Yes, sir.
DDG, I guess to all the panel members, you can choose which one can answer. My name is Bongani Ndimba of the ARC in Stellenbosch. 1997, deregulation, formation of NAMAC, and before that, agriculture was highly regulated. Now it has been deregulated and there's been almost an exponential growth in terms of our performance. So how does industry seize the National Agricultural Marketing Council's research funding channeled? How can it be optimized? I premise that on the fact that almost in all industry partners, commodity groups that we have seen, their funding towards the ARC R&D has gone down over the years, particularly in the last 15 years. What can we do to reverse that? You have started planting with this conference, Mr. Sarache. Can we have that discussion and maybe also put it on the table? What is it that we need to do to optimize our money? Once upon a time, government funded everything. Now the growth in the industry is supposed to complement the R&D that the ARC is doing. Thank you.
Perfect. I think these questions are covering all of us. Yes. No other hand. And mindful that we're not. The gentleman here got provoked. Yeah. Yeah, this side. Oh.
Just the last question for my colleague from Free State. Everyone is asking money for government, but do you think the commercial banks are coming to the party in financing farmers and the price volatility? Do they actually help with that? Do they understand that? Because I think sometimes they don't really understand that big problem.
Perfect. The gentleman from the Free State, were they referring to you? Okay. Previously from Free State, but now you are central because RPO is national, so you are national no longer. But anyway, Free State is in the center, so might as well leave him. It's the same. Center is natural, it's national. Thank you very much. I think we're going to get responses, and please try and go direct to the question. And some of them were thrown. Let me take the difficult one so that I clear it out of the way. Traceability. It was easy when we started in 2000 to do traceability on fresh produce. People don't even know that we've done it. 2000, 2002, in fact, when it started traceability, we did it in 2002, 2003. We did it was 1 month. When we introduced the production unit codes, we introduced the FBOs, we did it in the roadshow went for 1 month. That industry is organized, unlike the livestock. It was easy. We set up roadshows, we call them roadshows. So we get them organized, so the veg and the fruits people gathered. We were going to introduce, and so it was easy, we did it, but back then there was no WhatsApp and all, so life was easy. They didn't have to phone me after I left the office because I didn't have a mobile phone, so they knew I went for a workshop. In 1 year, 2003, 2004, we were able to conclude the road shows. People don't know that is another traceability, the PUC code and FBO. It's so part of the system that people don't know that it was not there, it was introduced. The reality with the animal side is that they want to tell you, well, not you, sir. They want to tell you what they want to tell you, they don't want to tell you others. You ask them, what is the size of your head? No, why are you asking? Those are some of the impediments, but I think reality is that now they've realized that there is the need for us to have all the market access protocols that we are signing. There's always a line about being able to traceability. Our current laws, in the branch, we administer 14 pieces of legislation. People, before they looked at all of them to look for one that would be able to allow us a regulatory framework to start traceability. And I said to them, I don't think you looked deep enough. So there's the answer. This year, 2024, we are going to start law. Whether it's the regulation, but we're going to start law about traceability. In fact, some of our laws, again, that's why I said they didn't look deep enough. If you look at Plant Improvement Act, that gives you integers, that gives you numbering. Why, if it gives you a numbering, why can we not use that to come up with traceability? Because it already implies, for you to come up with regulations, you go into the Act, you look for an enabling provision. Animal Improvement Act does give that provision for numbering. The rest, the legislation, people will tell us if it does work. Because all we need is just regulations. You don't need a completely new act. We've got too many acts as it is. We just need to improve the existing act. If Act 36 of 1947 could be made to be relevant in 2024, these other young laws can, we can work. So I'm making that commitment. If anything, you can call me. This year, we're going to see something happening on traceability. The question from the gentleman about RPO and NERBO, there was something called leads. I don't know what is it, but it was not official. It was out of passion, the farmers came together and the intention was about traceability. And then in many occasions, even Mr. Skete, he knows, I told him, go pilot. Nothing is happening. We've given them, any industry can pilot their form of traceability. Take it today, you can record me. Any industry, start your pilot of traceability. So that by the time we refine the process, will find you somewhere. What is real, though, is that you cannot have your own one central system and expect everybody to change what they already have into that. That will be chaos. But if we can have a generic system, government system, through which anyone, whether it's Karan or ZZ2, can bring their system and interfaces into it, for as long as we're able to see what happened to the animal from birth until slaughter. That's all we need. So what we've been doing as government, we've been trying to also legislate the route we are going to take. That's why it took forever. All we need as government is to put a law, basic law that says, if you farm animals, you shall have a system that tells us the grandmother, if you like, the mother of the cow, and all the steps it did until it got to this abattoir. If you have it, that's traceability. We mustn't present traceability as if it's something complicated that requires what? If you've got a way of getting traceability not to count the number of animals you have, it suits you, you'll deal with SARS, not us. We want to know that any animal that is on the abattoir floor can be traced back to its mother, at least. If you have that traceability, you see how I simplify traceability? It's easy. So we're going to bring that legislative law regime to allow all industry players to plug into it. It becomes interface, traceability sorted. I answered the two traceability ones. I decided to start with it because it's a topical issue and people are making it like it's complicated. It's not. When State SA talk of the number of animals, I ask them, where do you get these stats from? Because it's not true. The numbers that we have, it's not true. And then we just allow them to go there and start talking about the number of animals. I don't know how they count them. You ask them, where is your data set? I've been asking for it while I was still in the Northwest. Give me the data. I want to see how do you arrive at the numbers. Do you even count the slaughter rate? Because animals, if one is killed tomorrow, you must minus. But the numbers stays the same. Like, calving rate and slaughter rate are not factored in, but your numbers stay the same. So traceability is very high on the agenda. We're going to make sure that we do it because whatever market we're trying to open, it comes up. I answered all those that were mine. The others are for the industry. So let's go in that order. Pick those that you think were relevant to you.
Thank you. In terms of traceability, Ms. Isaacs, the chairperson did say some things. There's a lot of initiatives running. Let's SA, that's the government body. We had a meeting about 2 weeks ago, and there's some good protocols that's busy refining. The exact date that I have a big problem with is not there yet. So we will have to set a date. I think something that the chair said that is actually quite correct is the fact that in South Africa we took too long. So private industry ran ahead with a lot of different systems, and now the biggest problem is actually to combine the existing stuff all into one. You are talking about ultra high frequency and low frequency and what's the correct one and the cheapest and the best readers and the distance the readers can read. So it becomes quite technical. But it is a very high priority. Let's SA is working on it. The RMIS is working on it. So we're quite busy with it. The question on NERPO and the RPO, Florence can answer it as well. But Agri Manjana was the chairperson of NERPO, was in my office last week. So we do meet on a regular basis. RMIS, the Red Meat Industry Services, is a company found by the RPO, NERPO, the Abattoir Association and the Feedlot Association. There we sit together as the primary cluster. So discussions between the primary role players in the industry happens often. I want to say we basically talk weekly to either one of the role players. I think the question what do you need from government to work with government, and everyone might have different ideas. I think from my time at university, I mean I'm a week now at the RPO, but one of my biggest frustrations was the rate at which people at a government office has changed. You're just starting to get a relationship with someone, and with the next meeting there's a new face and you have to start all over again. And to me that was quite a big frustration. And then you're on your last question, and that relates to all agriculture. I had a long discussion with various commercial and something wrong. So I think there remains a bit of a misunderstanding between the cash flow and the turnover and the risk of agriculture and what a commercial banks actually want from us. But conversations do take place. And yeah, I think it will be a daunting task to commit. There's a person working at every bank. His name is Credit, and it's quite difficult to convince Mr. Credit that they should look differently at a risk of agriculture. It's not the same as other businesses. Thank you. Chair, audience, sorry, if you will have excuse me, I need to be at home at 4. I'm not going to make it. I did ask permission from the chair, so I think that was the questions directed to me. Thank you for the opportunity and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
Yeah, your excuse, sir, we'll record the other questions if they come and we'll send them your way. Oh, so your gift, so that because you are rushing, let's have it as we allow. We did RPO, so I'll do AgBiz last, so that because you cover everything else that would have been left. Let's take. You want Nerpo to jump? Okay, sure.
This is basically icing what my colleague has said, that as an industry, we had the RMIF, the Red Meat Industry Forum, that constituted of the 13 members, and now we have narrowed it down to look at the key players between the producer to the slaughter point. So this is where our producers or our sector plays, from production to the dying of the animal, and they are the 4 players, which is the white commercial producers and also the emerging sector, NEPO, and the Feedlot Association plus the Abattoir Association. What we want to take note of is that this is 4 key players, and at the bottom is the producers, which is NEPO and RPO. We had a federation initially, and now we have, in this new levy cycle, consolidated that into what we call a primary cluster. And that primary cluster is what is working with the AMP and government in order to achieve on the key pillars for success for our sector, which is the agriculture sector. So there is a lot of collaboration there, because now for the next 4 years, we are working as a cluster under a company that is facilitating this work, which you will see in now and again as the Red Meat Industry Services. On the other component with regard to supporting R&D, I think it was the last question. There is an arm that is also funded under the levy. The levy is collected from every animal that is sold via the abattoir system and the feedlot system. We have an arm, the RDSA, which some of you, like Professor Scholes, who is here, sit in the committee. That is also supporting research, I think to the tune of 20% of the budget from the levy goes towards that. Then in terms of partnership with government, where there is funding from government that's being put out there for development, over the past 30 years, NEPO has worked with government on the programs like Mafisa, and currently there is a program that's running, Land Development Support, LDS, which is now being worked through in partnership with RMIS as the member that represents RPO and NEPO. So those are the 3 questions that I thought would be relevant to the livestock sector. Traceability has been covered. We have labored on it for quite a while, and we desire to really get something happening 12 years after we had the lease document approved. Thank you very much.
I realize I didn't even introduce myself earlier, so I'll do it now. I'm Mickey Heeman from Grain SA, Research and Policy Officer. So there's two questions that I'll address. The first is the essential ingredients for a partnership with government. And I think things that are important there are trust, transparency, and a healthy dose of respect, especially towards, from industry towards government, just as we expect it to work the other way around. To have clarity on specific goals and what the desired outcomes are just as important. And of course, to have good communication throughout. We often see that when you can make a quick phone call to clear up a misunderstanding, you actually you avoid a lot of missteps in the process. And I think what we saw from the presentation from DSI earlier is all the partnerships that they already have. And as for Grain SA, who is one of the partners that's been working closely with DSI and TIA, what we can say is there's good communication, there's clear documents like the white papers and the decadal plan in place to give a good framework of what the department wants to achieve, and then industry can align itself to that. As a very quick answer on what the ARC can do to attract more funding, especially from industry, is to build relationships. It's so much harder to ignore someone when you've met with them face to face, when you know what they do, when you've made the connection. So it's so important that we continue to have in-person communication, events like these, meetings one-on-one, to make sure that we all know what's happening in the different spaces with different partners. Thank you.
Yes, PSA. I'm doing it on purpose. Come, PSA. Supposed to be potato, no, it's wrong, really.
No, thanks for that. So I think to answer two of the questions, the first one on research funding and linked to the levies. As you know, Potato South Africa is a levy-based organization. And maybe that's also a challenge we have is levies are going down, so please eat a bit more potatoes. That might help for research. But I think in that area, what we should maybe try and do a bit better is to work together on common problems. We spoke a lot about soil health as a good example of that, water quality, etc., etc. Can we do joint research? Can we create, let's call it centers of excellence, where we get a good researcher from the ARC and another one from some university and jointly tackle problems? I think that will also help us be much more efficient in using research funding. And it was actually quite, I was a bit shocked a while ago. In the potato world, we have quarterly meetings with the other potato producing countries in the world. And just a bit of a story. We had last year this time we had a problem with potato tuber moss, which this institute does a lot of work on. The budget that they used was under $1 million. The Aussies had the same problem. Their budget was more or less the same, but it was just Aussie dollars. So it just shows you, I think in that there's opportunity for research in this country. I think research in this country is actually relatively cheap. And I think we shouldn't forget the quality researchers that we do have, but I think it's just about focusing it on the right areas. So I think that's my comment. I don't know if there's any other potato-related question. Oh, probably not. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I think the essential ingredients for partnership with government as well as industry and government research, certainly the trust, respect, I think everything you mentioned, I wholeheartedly agree with you. But on a more practical level, I think we need to have the discussions first about what you want, what are the research priorities. Because if you have that discussion prior to going out and doing the research, then the chances of financial flows following it is probably a lot greater. A good example, if say industry sees the Philippines as a big market. They obviously want research done on what the potential is to export to the Philippines. But if government is busy investigating, for instance, Paraguay, just using random examples, then probably the chances are, if you don't have that meeting of minds, then the financial flows won't go. So I think the best practical way forward, and I think even with the NBI GMO issue, would be to sit down, have a discussion in terms of what is it that wants to achieve, what are the I suppose, the fears from both sides, and then agree. What are the research items? Is it a scientific basis? Is it what can be done in law? The specific issue about process or product-based regulation with GMOs, I know that gets a bit technical. My understanding is just that the Act makes provision for process-based regulation. I think amending an Act is obviously, the DG mentioned that amending an Act is a tough long-term prospect. Seeing what can be done through regulations first is probably the best shortcut to getting where you need to be. Just the last thing with the commercial banks and funding, I think it's an excellent idea, as Frikkie mentioned, to have that engagement with the commercial banks. I know I sometimes hear the other side of the story. I'm willing to bet most of you are salary earners and you deposit your money in bank accounts. So obviously that's the money that's being lent out, not a bank's own funding. So they have to strike that balance. Sometimes I think it's maybe a miscommunication in terms of where that comes from. I know the commercial banks, for instance, their agricultural loan books have grown dramatically in the last 3 years. So there is quite a lot of lending taking place. I think the real key questions is, what is that going to? Is it going to solar panels, or is it actually going to expansion, number one? Other issue is, who is it also going to? Is it going to the traditional commercial book? Is it going to the emerging farmers? So I think, and is there balance in that? So that's the real, I think, discussion that one wants to have, but I'm sure there'll be, if there's another opportunity like this, they'll be more than willing to engage on that directly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This was an easier session. I thought it would be very complicated. Complicated stuff, we were smart. We dealt with them first. NBT and traceability, the others are fine. I think this session can easily be summarized as follows. Dr. Sonia Fenter, if you are here, it means we must go back to the notes. Because in the list of priorities, research priorities of the department and ARC, we did not check if the industry is not running something on a parallel mode. So, as far as grain is concerned, Dr. Human is here from Grain SA. She's new, so we're going to work her very hard so that she age and not like we don't have hair, all of us. So that's the mistake, the omission that we made. So it's coming up clearly, Dr. Khapola, where is the money? You see where the money is? It's all over. Industry has, and I'm even scared to compare our list of research priorities with the industry because I'm going to find the duplications. That's where we start losing money. So that's where we're going to start. There's a forum which is called CEO Forum by DG, but it does not meet as frequent as it should. So I would propose to that forum, but let's get started so long. We've got a priority, we've budgeted it from government side, a list of research priorities, most of which are aimed at enabling regulatory service that we offer. But obviously, if you're doing a research on potatoes, it's better to check if, for instance, Potato South Africa hasn't started already, or you collaborate so you can work together. The challenge with government officials is they want to do research for government and research for industry. It's not, science is the same. That's why I said earlier that scientists in our branch must play with other scientists where other scientists play, not in the office. So the more time you spend in the office, the more the science fraternity becomes irrelevant to you, or you become irrelevant to them. I'm saying some of them are here. You go play with your peers, not us in the office. Leave us in the office to do paperwork. So that's one thing that we're taking away from here. Let me emphasize on the animal ID and traceability issue. Nerpo, you're still here? Please, we have given this directive or recommendation long time ago. Each industry must develop their own system and pilot it. So that by the time we fine-tune the legal framework, your system interfaces into that one. So the delay is not from government side, it's from the industry. I know I spoke with ZZ2 at one point. They are ready. They've got a system. And I said to ZZ2, hang on a bit. Others are still talking English. So please, industry, if you hear, start, and our office is open. When you're ready with your traceability system, come. Then you're going to start uploading your system. There's no system that's going to come from government. That doesn't work. And I'm glad you're here, ECBIS. You'll tell them, reiterate. The delay is not from us. We've given a go-ahead for industry partners to pilot their own traceability system. By the time which we are going to try and come up with a framework this year, you should be ready. Yours interfaces, it's your kettle. You must tell us where they come from. You must have a system that is auditable, that can be traced backwards and forward, and then we accredit it into the department system you run. And it is not true that there's no traceability because there's no law. I can mention a lot of things that you do now for export purposes for which there's no legislation. I don't want to mention them, but you know about them. There's a lot. Which, because you want to export, the fresh produce industry is complying. There's no law. You don't need a law. You just need to be able to bring to us your system. We test it, we find it, and while we are busy developing law, of course, just a framework, not a complicated law, you should be fine. If we were to enact tomorrow a legislation on animal ID, most of you are not ready. So today I want to remove this. It's not, government is not delaying anybody. And every time they meet with minister, we are not there. It was Mr. Skete. You talk with him in another forum. Then minister is here. Minister, when are we going to start with traceability? I'm like, which one? It's the same. So the message is clear. All animal livestock industry, start your own traceability system. You already have brand mark. The stud breeders already have integers. So why are you not doing the other one? It's not us. So it's clear from this Prof, yes, you are provoked. Get the mic, Prof. No, you'll get the mic, don't worry. This is very critical, hence I allow you to be provoked. Because I allow discussions to happen as if government is not delaying anyone.
Thank you. Now you've totally confused me. You say it's the responsibility of industry, but then the department goes and appoint the CSIR to develop a traceability system. So we are going to have private systems and a government system, and you hope it will be integrated at the end. Forget about it. You can't integrate 5 systems. That's based on totally different principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. It's good you got provoked. And the word I used is interface. It's not integration. Interface means current system works. But the government system is not going to be a system, I said it. Government does not regulate, does not develop a system. Government is going to create just a framework and an interfacing pad, if you like. Mini, not complicated, just a platform where other players would interface into. But I hear the concern, and I mentioned it when I started. I like questions like this. When I started, my colleagues were already started. I didn't start it. And the colleagues were already developing, and which was a mistake, and we were correcting that. We were legislating a system. We were attempting to legislate a system. That was our mistake. That's why we couldn't move. And I said, no, we cannot legislate a system. The job of government is to make law. Systems will talk to the law. Because if you legislate a system, Prof, to change it, you have to go to Parliament. Just to change one platform, one module. So the work that happened with CSIR, I'm not going to throw all of that away. That is going to be a launching pad, if you like, for lack of a better English, through which Karan, ZZ2, everybody else, their system must interface. As a matter of fact, without that one, if you can present a system that is traceable and we can trace and we can check. I can sign on that system to your export market that this group has a system. There's remedies already, there's options within our current law, and we're just going to make, we are finalizing discussions to have a regulatory framework, and I repeat, we're not going to legislate a system. We're going to have a regulatory system that says you shall have a traceability system that is able to interface with this of the government. That's all. Do you want the mic now? Give Prof the mic. Because it's good you're asking this, because some people, they don't talk in open platform like this and they get confused. So today I wanted to clear that there's no confusion. Any industry, a livestock, sheep, goat, horse, do your own system, which you trust it, and an independent person can trace it backwards and forward. Once you have that, bring it to government. As a parallel process, we are developing law that makes that system, that makes you being able to develop a system a legal process. So whatever you shall have developed, if it interfaces, it's recognized, it's your system. Already you've got AIDA, the brand marks. You've got animal improvement already. The direction that I asked the legal gurus to look into is the animal improvement. The provision where we get the integers, where we get the prefixes, that one. I'm asking them to look into that. If they say it's not possible, no problem. We'll look for, within our 14 pieces, we'll look for a framework that can make your system a government-recognized system. We didn't leave anything behind, right? And we are a little bit out of time. It's because when we were on sabbatical, there was steam brewing from researchers and farmers. It happens. Thank you very much. And do you have gift for our... Okay. And please, the discussion continues. This one's going to be given by a lady. I've been giving gifts like I'm on camera, so. No, no. There must be pictures. No. That's not how you give. Do it properly. Take it back and do it properly. How do you do that? No. You see, women, when they give each other things, they just throw. You must show that you are giving. You are not used to giving, ne? You are used to receiving. I understand. So today, do the giving. Yeah, you see? Because she doesn't know how to give, she knows how to receive. You are forgiven. Thank you very much. You've been a lovely audience. Do we take a break, tea break? No. We continue. Okay, let's continue the next session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Where is Mr. Serache? Mr. Serache can give, he has just given me the reins. You can give Mr. Serache. Now, having been given the reins, I don't know what that makes me. I don't know if it makes me a chairperson or a chairman or a session director. I don't know, but I'll take the reins. Thanks for giving, Mr. Serache. I've got two of the panelists already on my list. I'm missing, according to my list, I'm missing Dr. Van Vuren, Mrs. Raimundo, Mr. Mamabulo. According to the list I have in front of me, I've got three more people who still have to come up to the stage or the podium on that side. Ndate Mamabulo. Okay. I know we are in the middle of very important leadership and luminaries here. I'm not going to try to recognize them by name in case I make a mess of it. What I will just do is stand on the protocol that was already laid down by the chairperson of the ARC Council, all protocol observed. I think I get away with it by making such a statement. Dr. Chaminoga has already given me some of my marching orders, and she's asked me to announce that Dr. Chaminoga is my boss. I have to announce what she tells me to announce. Transport to Irene and Bronkhorstspruit will leave Roodeplaat at 8:30 tomorrow morning for the farmers' engagement sessions. All farmers are invited to attend. Transport to Irene and Bronkhorstspruit will leave Roodeplaat at 8:30 tomorrow morning for the farmers' engagement sessions. All the farmers in our midst are encouraged and invited to attend. Did I say it right, Dr. Chaminoga? Thank you very much. And then I have another set of marching orders from Dr. Truter. I was asked to announce that the 75-year celebration after tea will take place in the not in the food tent, in the training center. The 75-year celebration will take place in the training center after tea. That's what. Dr. Truter, have I said that correctly? Is this the place? This is the training center. This is the training center. It's going to take place here. I do beg your pardon. Okay. Now we go back to the job I was hired to do. And we have 3 panelists, or 5 panelists that are going to make us a little wiser on several issues here, on several topics. One is about trends and opportunities for agriculture in the area of the fourth industrial revolution. I know Dr. Setiwe, I'm not trying to tell him what to say. Sometimes he talks about the Internet of Things and all of that. When I first heard of that expression, I thought someone like me was struggling with the English language. They were looking for the right words. Now it turns out that Internet of Things has got a specific meaning in his language. I didn't know that. So he's going to be talking about all manner of things. I hope he's going to talk about the Internet of Things. I know they talk about blockchain. I know they talk about all sorts of other things that go way, way over my head. And then after Dr. Setibe, we're going to have Dr. Van Vieren and Mrs. Ralmondo, who will be talking about the impact of the national public good assets, something that's very close to my heart. Few things come out of our involvement with that. Cultivars that you come up with, the research on helminths or the worms, hojas in the gastrointestinal tract, and arachnids and all of that. Very, very important things, good stuff. Looking forward to it, absolutely. And then we're going to have Dr. Motiang talking about our flagship program for getting the smallholder farmers to be grounded in the proper husbandry practices so that they can do things a little better. Hopefully, productivity improves in the process and all of that. Dr. Motiang is going to be talking about that. You were supposed to be accompanied by Mr. Mamabulu, but I don't see him here. Dr. Setibe, I know that we were given, according to the program, dear me, an hour and a half. Do we still have that, Dr. Chaminoka? Don't pick on me now. You should have done that with the earlier ones. I'm not going to let you pick on me now. All right, colleagues, let's try to do the best we can. Not to go on for 30 minutes. It's my special plea, Dr. Van Vieren. Yeah? Because I can pick on you. I'm not sure if I can pick on this guy. Dr. Setibe, please come and talk to us about the Internet of Things and blockchain and artificial intelligence and all of those intelligent things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Magadlela. I'm just trying to get my stuff in order. Peter, you just want to come and show me the... This one?
To forward,
okay.
Backward. That's the point if you need.
Wait, which one? Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll try to be on time. If I may just request maybe 45 minutes of your time, I'll really appreciate that, but I'll try and shorten it. I want to see. Peter? Oh, I must hold it above here. Thank you very much, colleagues, and I know it's in the afternoon. I'll try to be as brief as possible. But what I want to do, I was asked to talk about the trend in agriculture in particular in a context for AR. But Dr. Chimanuka was very strict as well to say that I must focus on food security. So I will try and get to food security. But what is also important for me is that some of the key things that have been discussed today here, in particular the traceability issue, I will touch on that as well in terms of where we are as far as the technology is concerned. To begin with, I just want to highlight some of the key trends in technology in general, but Gartner on an annual basis, they present about 10 key trends. But I want to focus on the 5 because of time. In particular, you will see that there is a protector investment, which is one aspect, and then there is rise of the builders, which is one aspect, and then there is deliver the value. I want to focus on deliver the value, which is the last part. Let's focus on the first one. If you look at into deliver the value in particular, we have got the intelligent applications, and then we have got sustainable technology, which many of the speakers, previous speakers touched on it. I'll touch on it as well. And then I'll touch on generative AI, which is something that is under discussion at the moment, whether to adopt it, whether it's the right thing to do. But we have characterized here as a democratized generative AI. And the other aspect that I want to touch on is a connected workforce. And then I'll conclude my discussion with the machine customers. Let's start with the first one, which is the use of sustainable technology. I think the idea here is to ensure that as and when we develop this technology, we think of security, because generally what happens, we tend to think of security as an end, at the end. So it's equally important that as and when we develop this technology, we think of security, particularly cyber security. So if you look on the left-hand side, it talks about prevent undesired outcome. And then if you look at the middle part, it talks about sustainable use of technology, particularly in terms of when you look at maturity and the digital maturity. And then the third aspect is that start with material, high important issues, even if they have. So when you look at the framework that Gartner developed in particular on this particular framework, it has got 3 components. The first part is social, and the second one is governance, and then the third one is environmental. On the aspect of social, we look at poverty as one of the key things. Health is very important, of course. Education is very important. And then when you move to the governance area, we look at the risk and reporting and compliance. And then on the environmental side, we look at energy, which I'll go into a little bit earlier on. We'll also look at secular, which is something that was mentioned earlier this morning. So let's look at the example. One of the examples is just to indicate that one organization had what you call an artificial intelligence system that places climate and crops management directly into the hands of food processing companies. If you look at the bottom in particular, it will say there, ultimately what you want to do, you want to make sure that farmers improve crop yield, but reduce pesticide use, and at the same time, you increase your profit. And how do they do that? They use what we call AI-led deep learning algorithm to allow for a quick, efficient detection and identification of and monitoring of crop diseases. In that way, you reduce the use of pesticides, but at the same time, you are able to attain what you call your revenue streams. The next one that I want to touch on very briefly is intelligent applications. I will jump that slide, but the idea of this particular slide here is to ensure that as and when you are developing these applications, we kind of detach the system, the human from being part of the process. Ideally, what you want to do there, you want to reduce in terms of error prone, which is you as human, of course, we are more likely to make errors. So you want to make sure that you have got intelligent applications that are able to talk to each other, but most importantly, are able to increase productivity. I wanted to see, okay. Let me move to the case example. For instance, one of the organizations developed what you call a personalized shopper. It looks at shopper's experience and at the same time uses that data to be able to generate AI to make some recommendation to shoppers. In that way, that resulted in 15 to 20% of sales for that particular organization. Moving to the next one, which is generative AI. You want to ensure that you reduce barrier of entry in terms of generative AI, particularly because, as you see lately, there is still some debate as to whether it's a good thing to do. But you will see at the end when I talk about the top 5 predictions, what do they say about generative AI. One of the typical examples of the generative AI, it does have its risk, we have to admit. It does have its benefits, but I want to focus particularly on the benefits, but highlight some of the risks that it can come with AI. There are three pillars that you have to look into. One of them is governance. That's where you look at the undesired outcome. The second one, the one in the middle, technology. You want to make sure that it's accessible, and then at the same time, you have got a user being able to adopt it. When you look at the risk, one of them is the black box. So the algorithm that's used there, you are getting some information. I'm sure you might recall that one of the recent incidents, some attorney in the US used the feedback from GAI. And what happens is that if it doesn't find information, it can sometimes generate it. And now it has now improved, whereby when it doesn't have information to receive, it will tell you that as far as I know, the last time I got this information, and then it will sort of guide you where to go. But previously what used to happen, if it doesn't find information, it used to make it up. And if you use that information as it is, it can be really dangerous. But what some other issues can be copyright issues, the misuse of unintended consequences, as I've said earlier on. But when you look at the right-hand side, which is the benefits of AI, it increases productivity, it helps with innovation, but most importantly, it makes information available to everyone. So what is critical is just to make sure that when you get that information back, you are able to use it responsibly. So I'll talk about that when I get to the end of my session. Quick example here in terms of AI assistance. This organization here uses AI, existing one, ChatGPT, to make sure that it assists consultants in the law profession, to assist end users. We all know how expensive it is to consult the lawyers today. So most of the information, they're able to get it online, get accurate information from the system, but of course there's still some human intervention along the line. But as we go over the years, you will see that there are some predictions that says that in 2027, we should be able to trust the information that we get back from AI. To conclude now, I'm just going to move to the connected workforce, and I'll just go straight to the example, so that I can move to the area that most people are interested on. This is just one example here, whereby you have got a system that assists in terms of frontline workers champion use cases across the entire organization. So it improves productivity by 20%, particularly for the SMME. The last one, which is number 10, as I said, there's 10 of them, but I picked up only 5, is the machine customers. And I just want to move to the example so that it just gives you an idea. Ideally, what it means is that you know, for instance, when you have got a printer, you have got ink, And when it's finished, you need to order it. But when you order it, you order it manually. What machine to customers is saying is that you can be able to predict when the ink is about to finish, and you allow the machine to make the order directly to the supplier. That's ideally what it means for machine to customer. Just to wrapping it up now in terms of the 10 strategic technology trends, I want to move now to closer to home in terms of agriculture. So one delay, he was also mentioned by the president in his speech. He made an observation. He said there is 4 key concerns in agriculture. One of them is infrastructure. The second one is uncertainty. The third one is inefficiencies within the state. I want to focus on the last one, which is security, which is what many of the colleagues here have sort of touched on this morning. If we look into security, there are 4 aspects there. The first one is stock theft. The second one is theft and vandalization of farm infrastructure. The third one is farmer tax. And then the last one is food security, which is what Dr. Chomoniga asked me to focus on in terms of food security. So what do we have there in terms of food security? CDC, in 2011, said 48 million people contract foodborne illness annually. And then the World Health Organization, 1 in 10 people suffer from food poisoning, with 420,000 fatalities. In 2011, we know that there was a donkey meat products that were recalled in China because of the fox was found in the meat. And equally in the EU as well, there was some bad actor there who put the horse meat in beef and lamb. In addition to that, there was a study that was done by Label Insight in 2016, understanding the consumers in terms of product transparency study. And you'll see on the left-hand side, 71% of the respondents. The study had about 1.5 respondents. 71 of them, they said they will prefer, in fact, to see the whole ingredient in the displayed. So these are the 3 key observations. 71 of the consumer consider whether they can access the full list of ingredient information for a product. 75% of them say that they do not trust the accuracy of a food label. And then 37% of the consumer are willing to switch brand if another brand share more information about the product. So now let's look into blockchain technology, which Dr. Magatela touched on earlier on. Blockchain technology applies in many industries, and agriculture is one of them. If you look at the far right, at the top, food safety, it says blockchain can hold the history of food items throughout the entire supply chain, providing traceability from farm to fork. And let's just look at in terms of how it works today. Dr. Magatela will know very well, and Professor Maiwasha, in terms of how the meat moves from the farm to the consumer. There's quite a number of steps there. You've got abattoir in the process, you've got distribution, you've got port authority, you've got customs, and then the list goes on. So essentially what the problem is here, you've got what we call a spaghetti. Everyone talks to everyone, but you can only see from one point to another. You don't see the entire chain. What we are proposing in the blockchain technology is the entire end-to-end traceability. You will see now we talk in terms of secular, whereby information is shared between actors, is replicated, and is permissioned. What do we mean by permissioned? In other words, everyone in every actor, every person in the chain must approve that particular transactions. So if you look at the bottom, it says consensus. So we must agree on it, number 1. That's blockchain principles. Number 2 is provenance, which means we must have a full history. Very critical is the number 3, which you will find when you look into blockchain technologies, they don't have immutability. In other words, you can delete transactions, you can change transactions, but what blockchain is saying, once information is there, you cannot change it. And that's what we mean by immutability there and finality. In that particular way, you know that you have got a full history. And that's the idea behind blockchain. But equally important as well, you'll see that different stakeholders want to see different information. For instance, retailers want to see date of delivery, sign-off of details, but consumers, as you have seen that in one of the slides, they want to see the entire product life cycle from farm to shelf, which is what we are trying to achieve with blockchain technology. So in short, that's what blockchain is all about. Shared ledger that is seen amongst all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders must approve the transactions. It must be permissioned, and once it's permissioned, you cannot change it. And on that particular information, you are able to hold the entire history of the food chain, which is what was discussed earlier on. Interesting enough, Walmart and IBM have done a pilot. I had the DDG saying that the industry must do a pilot, which is something very good. Yeah, just have a pilot, but we have got something that we can learn from already. IBM and Walmart have done a pilot whereby after a complaint from consumers, whereby they demand trust, they were able to make sure they smart tag every pick. They follow the product, the product all the way to packaging. They use RFI, which is radio frequency identification, and cameras during the peak movement. Cameras at slaughterhouse were visible to make sure that we capture all the information throughout the entire production line. And ultimately, they were able to reduce what used to take 7 days into 2.2 seconds. But I think what is very, very fundamental as well, just to emphasize, technology on its own will not be able to solve all our problems. What we need, we also need to use technology, but we must also look at business models. And Uber is a good example of that. There are 3 key main areas when we look at business models. The first one is a value structure. The second one is a value capture. Once you have got those 2 components, and then you are able to look at value generation, and that's why you're going to have revenue streams. We all know that Uber don't necessarily own any cars, but they're in the business of transportation, and that's what we refer to as business models. So it's very important that also in agriculture, we look into that. There are 10 innovative business models, but I want to touch on 2 of them today. If you look at the list there, you've got business model for precision agriculture, you've got one for urban vertical farming, you've got one for renewable energy, and the list goes on. But let me just touch on 2, which is in particular precision agriculture, and then I'll go to renewable energy, and then I'll be able to conclude. In terms of business model canvas, it talks about number of activities, summed into those 3 categories, which is what I've mentioned earlier on. But when you look on the left-hand side, you have got key partners. Farm manufacturers, are very important. And then you have got key activities. What happened in terms of key activities, you have got key resources, you have got value propositions, and then you have got customer relationship. I think what is fundamental here is to make sure that you are using ecosystem, you work with partners, you collaborate. You are not able to do things, you won't be able to do everything by yourself. And by so doing, you'll be able to increase efficiency in the yield. You'll be able to reduce cost in terms of cost. You'll be able to environmental sustainability, which is one of the framework that Gartner highlighted. Of course, there are some downsides in terms of high investment. Complexity increases as well, and there are some security concerns. If we look into renewable energy, you'll see that the benefit is you can in fact beyond that environmental benefits, you can also look into energy independence, which is one of the benefits. But equally important, there is high cost in terms of investment. There's land use trade-off that you have to take into consideration. And of course, the technical expertise is also the important aspects. Just to sum it up, we do have what we call a 4IR commission report that was developed by the Presidential Commission in 2021. It was finalized. It highlighted about 8 key recommendations. I'm only listing 5 here, which is the first one. I think it was mentioned earlier on, that we must invest in human capital. We must establish what we call the AI Institute. We must build the 4IR infrastructure. I think one of the former previous speakers mentioned that. But equally important from the government point of view, we need to review and amend the policy and the legislation to cater for these technologies. And one of the important outcomes in terms of collaboration was to say that we must also establish for our strategy implementation and coordination council based at the presidency. So those were the key outcomes as far as the 4IR is concerned in South Africa. And I want to believe some of the activities are already unfolding, but we just need to make sure that as time progresses, we are able to reap the benefit of this investment. In conclusion, I started with Gartner top 24 strategic trends for 2024. I want to now conclude in terms of top strategic prediction for 2024 and beyond. I'm concluding. That's my last slide now. If you look at the first one, it says by 2026, 30% of the workers will leverage what you call digital charisma filters to achieve previously unattainable advances in their careers. By 2028, there will be more smart robots than frontline workers in manufacturing, agriculture, retail, and logistics. So there is going to be an impact in the long run. We just to make sure that it's managed, it's done responsibly. By 2027, 25% of the Fortune 500 companies will actively recruit neurodivergent talent to improve business performance. And then by 2027 again, productivity and the value of AI will be formally recognized as a primary economic indicator of national power. And lastly but not least, by 2026, 30% of the companies will have a dedicated business units or sales channels to access what we call a customer machined market. Thank you very much. I hope I was on time, Dr. Magatela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sithibe, for the enlightening presentation on 4IR. It was 21 minutes and 43 seconds. Very well done. You saved us nearly 8 minutes. Let's move on to the next presentation. Just to acknowledge Mr. Mamabulo's presence on the podium. Mr. Mamabulo is the Registrar of Livestock Improvement and is going to be giving his presentation with Dr. Dr. Mutiang. Okay, now we hand over to Dr. Van Vieren and Mrs. Domitila Claudia Raimondo of Zambi. And they're going to be talking to us about the impact of the national public goods assets, I guess, on research and everything else, eh? Over to you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Magatlela. Colleagues, I have good news. We're going to make up time and I have a prize. So I can't actually see the screen.
Oh dear.
Pull it to the side, and then you can stand here.
I'm vertically challenged. Which one do I press, Peter? The green one. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to talk very briefly about what is the IRC National Public Goods Assets and why is it important for food systems. We're going to take a quick step back into history, into 2016, when DSI launched a truly innovative interdepartmental initiative called SERIA with the European Union, because they realized that infrastructure was important for good quality research. So 5 domains were identified, and in it was 13, sorry, I can't see there, was 13 research infrastructures, and you'll see 2 names there that will ring a bell. The one is biobanks and the Natural Science Collection Facility. So those 2 have been launched, the others haven't been launched, and the IRC is participating in both of them 2 campuses is participating in the Natural Science Collection Facility, and all the campuses except NRE is participating in the biobanks. So this is just a provocative title that says, what does spotty pigs, peanuts and rain have to do with it? Because I'm going to refer to all of that. But in the ARC, sometimes you will hear people, and even outside the ARC, you will hear people loosely use the term ARC, National Public Goods Assets. So what is that? So it is grouped within the ARC in 5 categories. The first one is the Natural Science Collection Facility, which you will see has a little logo at the bottom because that has been launched. SANBI is the lead organization, hence Domitila is here. The Biodiversity Biobanks has been launched, and that is their logo. And then we talk about facilities, databases, and living collections. So briefly, natural science collections is everything that is pickled in a jar, dead specimens. They sit still, they don't move, and they've been there for a really long time. Biobanks is everything that is very small, and imagine a farm of -80 freezers. I think Elon Musk wonders what the IRC does, because we probably have more -80 freezers per square meter than anyone else in the world. So he's probably wondering what's going on there. Then facilities, and that is to keep all the biobanks, and they are spread throughout the IRC. Then facilities, when we say facilities, we don't mean garden variety offices or labs. We mean DALRRD registered laboratories, we mean quarantine facilities, we mean post-entry quarantine facilities, we mean specialized facilities like the biotech platform. That is a national public goods asset. Databases, we're not talking about garden variety Excel sheets that was started on a Friday morning. We're talking about databases that's older than 100 years. Living collections, this is where it sometimes gets a little bit blurry between the biobanks, because sometimes those two are interlinked and they cross lines. So I heard somebody said this morning on a slide, they used the word, I think it was inimitable, and they said that it was the results CEO from the organizational review, institutional review. And so the thing that you have to remember about the national public goods asset is once you've lost it, you can never, ever replace it. So where that has been collected is a snapshot in time that's lost forever. So they have to be safe and they have to be preserved. They are there for the people of South Africa. So anyone can use them. We don't own them. We are custodians of it on behalf of the people of South Africa. So anyone can use it. They cannot be reproduced. So once you have, like I said, lost it, it's gone forever. So it's really important to keep it safe. And then, so the examples that I will be using is I will briefly flip through a couple of examples. Fortunately, a lot of people spoke about the examples that I wanted to use, and that was my example. So there's a spotty pig. It was an excellent example that I got from Professor Scholes. Somebody made such a good point about the weather stations. We're going to talk quickly about goats. A lovely project that's being run at the biotech platform, peanuts, and that picture at the bottom is eggs of nodes from a golden cyst nematode. So the first one, so I'm just going to use examples briefly to show how this impacts on food security and why it is important that we look after it. So what I find sometimes when we talk about with people about the national public goods asset, they seem to think that it already exists, which is true, and that people just use it. So that's not correct. So for a national public goods asset to be available to be used, it needs somebody to take care of it as a job. So you literally have to have a curator that looks after it to make sure that other insects don't eat it, that relative humidity or damp or wetness doesn't get to it, that temperature remains constant, that the database stays updated, that the loans are updated, because other people are very interested in what we have in South Africa and they want access to it, and other researchers want it. So the mere fact that it is being used in projects doesn't mean that it's automatically being taken care of. So just this is an example of the golden cyst nematodes, and this is a bragging point for us. Besides the USDA, we are not aware of any nematode collection larger than ours in the world. It was started in the early 50s, and without what we had, we wouldn't have been able to do those identification. A quarantine pest, and we needed to know about it. And that information is in the database. Peanuts. Who doesn't love peanuts? Most of the germplasm in South Africa. So people, I heard in the discussion today, people were saying, hey, we need to start collecting gene banks and we're looking for, it exists. It's there. We just have to utilize it and people just have to access it. So many accessions available, basis of all the commercially grown varieties in South Africa originated from the ARC. Citrus, a classic example, very big contribution to the GDP. If it wasn't for the technique of shoot tip grafting of citrus, we wouldn't have a citrus industry. So every citrus tree that is planted in South Africa goes through the post-entry quarantine facility in Nelspruit, owned by the ARC. Did you know that? That all the material in South Africa goes through that. So one tree becomes obviously 1,000 trees because it's clonally propagated, but without that facility, there wouldn't be a citrus industry. Really important to understand it, and that's part of the facilities, that's part of the uniqueness of, because we're independent, we have nothing to lose or gain, we just have the technique and we have the germplasm to take care of it. There's the accessions, and with the funding that we got from the BBSA, we were able to upgrade some of the facilities there. That is the tunnel. I'm so glad somebody spoke about the weather data, because yes, we have weather stations, but the weather data and the prediction, so the pictures that you see there is of 6 climatic projections using minimum and maximum temperature, rainfall and soil data. So look at how it changes from, okay, 2015 is gone. Look at 2030 to 2090, where you would have been able to plant maize and where you will be able to plant maize in the future. This is extremely valuable. It only becomes more valuable with more weather stations that are well maintained and databases that support this. I mean, imagine the impact that this will have on organized agriculture, and maize is a staple crop. So yes, there's weather stations. We do not believe there's enough. We don't believe that the ones that are there are necessarily in the right places. We think there should be more, and definitely we need more technical capabilities around that. So this is I thought this was a very, I'm hesitant to use the word cute, but I thought it was cute. It's a program that's run at the Biotech platform with Dirk Swanevelder, and he explained it so well to me, because I wasn't aware of it, because I asked all the campuses for inputs when I did this presentation. And so the value of a goat becomes more when the heritage is known. So a lot of the a lot of the goat herds have not sure of their heritage, and so they're working on this project to determine the heritage, because if they know that, their crosses can be made more specifically and the value of the herds increase. I thought that was such an applicable project done with the biotech platform. We've spoken about OVR and ticks and the vaccines, so I'll skip through that quickly, and I'm going to end with, and I think this is so cute. So, and this is, Prof. Scholes, thank you so much for this story. You don't know, I spent like hours on the internet with this thing, because, so, colleagues, this is so interesting. So there was a ship called the Colebrook that stranded off the Cape coast in 1778. Now you can imagine, stormy night, and the boat sank, and people, got to the beach, and then, was there animals on board or wasn't there? And then in 1996, there was a researcher at Agricultural Research Council called Dr. Dani Visser. He wrote a book about this, and he took a couple of breeds from South Africa, but also there's one from Zimbabwe, one from Malmesbury, one from England, and he produced the Colebrook. So now there's this whole internet conspiracy discussion debate to say, were they called Colebrooks because of the ship, or were they called Colebroeker because they've got spots on their pants? And so so there was an interview on the internet that I found that he said, actually, there were no pigs on the ship. So I don't know, but it's very interesting. So this Colebrook breed, the ARC has the genetics of it, and it's extremely, it's very good for, they eat everything, they're good mothers, they apparently develop very good back fat, they're very healthy, they can be kept in small spaces, etc. So that, colleagues, in short, is the impact and the importance of the national public goods assets on food systems in South Africa. A few examples. Thank you to my colleagues that contributed. The prize is, I've asked Dr. Dean Olufsen to be the assessor. Anyone, the first person that can go to Dr. Olufsen at the end of the conference that can identify either a poster or a talk that did not utilize an element of the national public goods assets win this very sought after book. We were sold out last year in May. The bottom line is we can't keep up with publishing this thing. It flies off the shelves. So thank you very much.
I can. Actually, not so easy. It's better here. I'll stay here. Good afternoon. Just waiting for the presentation. Hope it's there.
I'm sure it's there.
Not there yet. Which button is it? The screen one. That one. Okay, there it is. Oopsie, I'm back. Oh no, that's right, okay. That's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also going to try to save you some time. So I'm Domitila from the South African National Biodiversity Institute. I'm from the Ministry of Environment. We're an entity of the Ministry of Environment. And it's a huge privilege to be at the Agricultural Conference today. And I'm just going to talk to you about some key messages that have come out of a National Biodiversity Assessment that link to agriculture. And yeah, I hope you find it interesting. So just to start off, why is biodiversity important? It's incredibly important for food security and health. starting on the health message. 72% of South Africans depend on our biodiversity for medicine. Massive use of plants and also a few animals for traditional medicine. And ARC does grow some traditional medicines. In partnership with Sanbi, we work with traditional healers on that work. It's a big part of our economy too, you can see there. I know that this morning people were speaking about new crops, and it's really important to recognize that South African people have always used our incredibly rich biodiversity for food. And we have 1,300 species, 6% of South Africa's plants that are edible and usable, and I don't think we're using a tiny fraction of those. So there's a lot of opportunity for research around new crop foods. Biodiversity is also incredibly important because it creates a lot of jobs. And this infographic that we produced recently shows that we actually have as many jobs, almost as many jobs as the mining sector, very, very close, and about half the jobs of agriculture. So that, and for every one job in biodiversity, there's 5 others jobs that are dependent directly on biodiversity. So critically important for our economy. And then, so what we do is we produce every 7 years this big assessment that goes to government, it goes to parliament, and it's based on a huge amount of science. So there's technical reports behind each one for the terrestrial environment, for the marine, for the freshwater, and estuarine. So a lot of work goes into this. The reason we have to do it is because we're signatory to all these international conventions, United Nations conventions. Key to us is obviously the Convention on Biological Diversity, but also one that's critical for both our departments, the UN CCC Convention to Combat Desertification. We work a lot on desertification, and then the Climate Change Convention, and then we work on the migratory species one. And all of these link to the Sustainable Development Goals. So we do directly the reporting for that. But what I want to draw to your attention is that there is science in South Africa that's looking at every single ecosystem type. No other country has this level of detail where we've studied all the species indigenous to our country, the soil types, etc., to map each individual ecosystem type. So each of those things is different. You can see marine and terrestrial. And from that, we've also looked at how threatened they are in our National Biodiversity Assessment. And then we come up with these 4 major messages for government. How threatened our ecosystems are, and how threatened our species are. Is there a pointer here? No, it doesn't really work. I can't really point. I can't point, can I? Yes, you can. Show me. Oh, okay. Okay, if I just point there, it doesn't really work. It's too far. Yeah, you can see that in terms of the ecosystems, rivers and wetlands are the most threatened of all ecosystems. Can you see that? And then also the least protected. And that links a lot to our arid country and obviously the needs for agriculture, for water. Okay, so I want to focus in on trends that we're starting to see. So this map shows the areas that have been converted to crop cultivation, and the dark red areas are completely transformed. And then it also shows the area where we've had most recently, from 1990 to 2018, so over the last 30 years, where's been the most transformation. And the darker red areas are the where we've lost most of the biodiversity, because that's new areas being converted. But I just want to draw your attention to the top. So we've lost a total of 11,000 kilometers squared are under cultivation now, but look how much abandoned land we have, 18,000 kilometers squared. So we have more abandoned land than we have under cultivation. And so when we lose new land and completely pristine biodiversity, it seems like a huge waste, when we should really be looking at those abandoned lands. Can we not use them more effectively? Okay, so just like you do, I know you map important areas for agriculture, we map important areas for biodiversity. Into that goes each of those ecosystem types that I showed you. We identify critical areas to conserve, And we identify the critical species, so 5,232 threatened species. These are ones that are going extinct. So they're not just any species, not a common baboon or a common acacia karoo or something like that. They're threatened species. And we map exactly where they are. That's my job. And we look at where they need to stay in order to survive. And we try to be as efficient as possible. So now we're zooming into Limpopo province. The dark green areas are already protected areas. You can see Kruger sticking out there. And then the sort of more bright green area is the areas that we have to maintain in a natural area. We take as little land as possible. And then the lighter brown areas are like corridors for climate change, etc. So and these data are legislated through something called bioregional plans. They go under the Biodiversity Act, etc. And then they feed into the spatial development frameworks, all the EIAs, under agricultural authorizations. I'm sure you're familiar with them. So what is critical is that we have to work together, that your critical agricultural areas and biodiverse areas, and I know you've got new legislation coming out under your new agriculture, under your important agricultural areas, that they don't conflict, or that we work together. And this was one of the critical messages that came out of our biodiversity assessment, is that cooperative governance is so essential. So I'm so honoured to be invited here, and Sambi is really open to working with you. Okay, so sorry about sticking a picture over South Africa. I just wanted another picture of a crop wild relative. I know you were talking about them this morning. We've done an amazing study that with the Department of Agriculture in 2016, where we identified South Africa's crop wild relatives. There's 1,593 in this country, huge numbers, and we also prioritize 258. Those are ones that are related to really important crops, high-value crops, and we mapped where those are, and those need to be banked in ARC's gene banks. Many of them are not yet banked. We did an assessment then, and they also need to be protected in our protected area network, and this has gone through to the protected area expansion work, but it's something we would still love to continue to work with the department on banking more of those seeds so that they're there and available for crop improvement in future. All right, I do the work on every single group of species, plants, animals, birds, reptiles, everything. This map I'm not going to talk about in detail, but what we do, you just look at the red on each of those circles. Each of those circles shows all the species in South Africa. So there's like, you can see all the birds are represented in that first circle, and then the smaller circle is which ones are endemic. And then the red shows, the red, orange, and yellow shows if they're threatened with extinction. So if you look quickly, you see, well, freshwater fish and marine turtles are the ones that got more red on them. Those are in big trouble. So this is what goes into our national biodiversity assessment. We look at which species are in trouble. We've identified that we haven't done enough work because pollinators are so critical, but yet we haven't assessed them. So into our next national biodiversity assessment, we will do pollinators. But so far, these lines show how quickly species are heading towards extinction. If the slope is downhill and it's fast, they're heading quickly. And the worst group is freshwater fish. Unfortunately, they are the most threatened. And the condition of our rivers, with a lot of runoff from agricultural areas, is a huge problem. These poor fish, they've got so much toxic nutrients in the water that they have all these parasites growing all over them and they die. Water abstraction is another massive problem. So we've lost whole rivers because the fish no longer have habitat. And South Africa has very, very high numbers of endemic fish. On the left-hand side, you see some good news stories of some of the species that have got better, like we've managed to get lion better, zebra better, and a few others. Okay, I'm nearly done. This just shows the assessments we have to do. We have to do assessments of all these species. We have to do them repeatedly to see how quickly they're moving towards extinction. And these are the new ones that will come into our next National Biodiversity Assessment. It will include a lot of the work from ARC, with arachnid collection being critical, and the work on pollinators and bees coming in. We've just finished a big spider assessment, and these have been published internationally. We're the first country ever to publish red list assessments of spiders. That's the work of the ARC. And then just to end off with, I want to say that the biodiversity, there's a new plan for a world plan for biodiversity, the Global Biodiversity Framework, And in it, it's got a target to halt species extinctions and protect genetic diversity and manage human-wildlife conflicts. And I've just underlined and read the important part, but they call for us to make sure that we've protected wild and domesticated species to maintain their adaptive potential, including through in situ and ex situ conservation. So all the crop varieties, the animal breeds that the ARC have, they're critically important, as are all those wild genetic relatives. So we'll keep working together to ensure their conservation. Thanks for having me here. Did I save any time?
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Ralmondo and Dr. Van Vuren. You saved us a bit of time. Well done, guys. And as far as the keeping to the time is concerned. The presentation, or two presentations, were really, really eye-opening for me. The impact of all this work that we do to maintain our public good assets, and what they do for us to maintain our food systems and our efforts to keep or service our biodiversity. Thank you very, very much. It's very eye-opening for me. Thank you very much, colleagues. Next on is Dr. Motiang and Ratema Mabulo, who will talk to us about our flagship program that is called Gaina Fatsuya de Homo. It's actually a bit of a misnomer. It shouldn't be called Gaina Fatsuya de Homo. It's actually dealing with all the species of animals. It's not just the cattle. Let's hear from Dr. Motiang and Mr. Mamabulo. So just brace yourself up to hear about all sorts of animals rather than cattle. Thank you very much. If he forgets that I can take him off the stage.
No, thank you, Dr. Magadala, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to talk to you about Kauna Fatsuya de Homo, and I think I have to start by acknowledging the pioneers of this program. This program started in 1995, well ahead of my time at the ARC. And in the room here, we have one of the pioneers, Gil Scholz. In absentia, we have Dr. Majuda and the late Steve Rasabuja. These are the people who called livestock improvement Kauna Fatsuya de Homo instead of Kauna Fatsuya de Ru. But this is a very important initiative that came in the time of the previous legislation that preceded the Animal Improvement Act 62. That was Livestock Improvement Act 25 of 1977. And like the DDG was saying, there was no legislative framework that covered the establishment of KYD, but the colleagues at the ARC at the time decided to come up with an initiative. And I think they deserve a big round of applause. I'm going to run through this presentation. We have budgeted 30 minutes for the presentation, but I think we'll try to do it in 15 minutes. So I'm going to skip the portion that speaks about methodology, because as we implement Kauna Fatsuya de Homo, what we have done is that we have been very dynamic and make sure that we learn as we go, and we put in place ways of working with farmers. One of the things I'm going to do is that we are going to try and address some of the questions that people asked about coordination. And what Kauna Fatsuya de Homo does is that it complements what provinces do with farmers in extension. And we are going to talk about it when we talk about the governance structures that we put in place to make sure that we smoothen up coordination in provinces. But what were the pioneers thinking when they started with Kauna Fatsuya de Homo? The Act speaks about the animal recording and improvement schemes, which is the backbone of the establishment of the commercial sector in terms of animal health improvement and also being able to move towards establishment of stud heads. But what they acknowledged when they established this scheme was that there must be a way of dealing with this, acknowledging that there must be development needs that are taken care of. And one of the approaches was that it will start with training farmers in basic head management. But what happened later on is that after 1998, that is where the 17 years of animal improvement comes in. The schemes were declared in 2007, and Kaunafateri Komo was also included as a standalone scheme. That specifically speaks about a scheme that is focusing on enabling entry for smallholder farmers. And that speaks about dynamic way of working with farmers in a way that it is continuously improving and innovating. What we have done in terms of what we established was that there were certain challenges in terms of our approach. We were not making a lot of progress prior to 2002 because we were trying to do KYD in the same way that we did other. Okay. All right, I'm sorry, I thought I was supposed to read the right-hand side, but I'm supposed to read the left-hand side. So what was our challenge that time is that we were approaching KYD the same way that we were approaching other schemes, where, I mean, we will talk about methodologies some other time, but where your established farmers don't really need some of the things that you would need to put in place when you are dealing with smallholder farmers. But the most important lesson that we learned in around 2002 to 2007 was that we needed to understand that there is need to improve coordination, there is need for partnership, and there is need to make sure that farmers can see the benefit of participating in the scheme. And that is where now organizations such as SAMIC, such as NERPO, RPO came into being. The provinces. We piloted this scheme in Limpopo and Northwest, and then we had a very smooth sailing in terms of working together to show in terms of our proof of concept. And briefly, what we now have learned about KYD is that we are dealing with 6 important challenges that we must be able to to get over, and that would help us to move our farmers into the commercial side of the industry. We are dealing with issues of inflows. We are dealing with issues of outflows. And when we speak about outflows, there are statements that were made by industry about theft and predation. And that is what takes out what farmers are not intended to take out. But what's important is that what are farmers doing in terms of turning this into business? That would be what we would call outflows in the form of sales. So the other outflows, we call them leakages. I'm going to skip this one. As we evolve, have been able to identify the key elements of the way that we have to work with farmers in terms of our approaches. So I'm going to skip this slides and move directly to the pillars. I said that there are 4 pillars there. One pillar is about LMR recording. That is the focus in terms of how we work with farmers. The minister in the morning, I think, went ahead of us. The slide is an old slide that we are using here, but to show that in 2022-23, we were at 4760, and then we didn't update this one. But in terms of our past trends, for the past 7 years, we were around these levels, just above 7,000. And for different reasons, there would be a dip in 1 year or another. In terms of farmers participating in KYD. And that participation is that we are using integers as our means for verification in terms of the training and all the other interventions that we do with farmers from the ARC side. What are the important things that we are dealing with to show if we are making progress as we work with farmers? We are monitoring changes in head profile, and remember we are speaking about the grand challenge, and to see if there are issues that we must bring to the attention of other specialists to deal with them. So one of the things that we deal with is that We have been monitoring head profile in terms of the changes in the proportion of cows in heads, and I will show you the significance of that part and the other aspects about whether the heads are productive or not, and where the heads are not productive, then to be able to can involve other sister institutes and the provincial departments in terms of dealing with those challenges. But what we have done, what we see is that our off-take rates or the ability of farmers to participate in the market is gradually going up, but not at the desired rate. After some years of these observations in terms of whether the approach for us to monitor off-takes is the real way of helping us to see productivity in heads, we then introduce a new concept of dealing with what we call head balance. And head balance is that instead of dealing with what farmers are selling only, we are dealing with what is leaving the head for different reasons. And it gives us a different perspective in terms of showing that when the heads are very small, at the rate at where we are working, the heads that are between 1 and 10, which is for the majority of farmers who participate in KYD, plus the majority of farmers in the country, about 70% of them, if we don't deal with the issue of head composition, there is a decline on an annual basis of 0.5 of an animal from those heads. And we need to make sure that, from a policy perspective, we come up with interventions that says, how do we make sure that we correct head composition, especially for small heads. No need for small heads to have a lot of male animals when they are supposed to have females. What impact have we made in terms of the work that we have done for the past, it would be more than 17 years? If you go to your typical commercial farmer in KYD, you are going to find some of these farmers who have moved in terms of cleaning their heads and getting pure breeds. And then we have some farmers who have been able also to upgrade their heads to become stud heads. I think there was the delegate from Limpopo. Some of the farmers from Limpopo were the first ones, and Northwest, the first ones in the early 2000s to upgrade their heads to become stud heads. If they are delegates from Gauteng, I don't know if they are still here. Our recent farmer who upgraded their heads to become a stud breeder is from Gauteng, from Rusty Venter. I hope he will be there at Irene tomorrow, Mr. Mabena. The second pillar that I'm going to speak about is our work that we do. That is very important for ARC researchers, where we are making sure that we facilitate the interface between our researchers and farmers through the training and information dissemination platform. And that this becomes a very powerful tool that we are using for almost all ARC livestock or animal science related campuses. That includes the animal production campus, OVR, and BTP. We count in excess of 40 researchers who participate in this program on an annual basis. What we have done during the lockdown, we have introduced a virtual training platform where we were able also to interact with extension officers, which I think in my conclusion, to say that we must take it forward as one of the interventions that becomes an innovation to improve the way that we support provinces. What is the outcome of doing this training in terms of ARC visibility, demand for services? Our observation is that we are able to get more demand for the services the ARC can provide to farmers and to provinces. One of the popular services now that provinces are demanding based on this training focus area is the training for our artificial insemination and other related reproductive improvement services like your bull testing and bull evaluation. The one that is interesting is that because of our work with BTP, OVR, and AP, farmers in deep communal areas are able to settle their disputes about animal identification using our genetic analysis lab. taking the hair samples amongst themselves, bringing them to the lab, and we are able to settle those. The potential for us to help farmers participate in a circular economy, from this interaction with farmers, working with farmers in provinces, our nutrition scientists are able to identify the use of post-harvest waste as part of developing new products, and that we do also with farmers. The third focus area is our market access initiative, which we also started very early in 2002, and where we did as benchmark, we started very close to this place outside Hammanskraal to check what would make a difference. And what would make a difference, I think the industry was speaking about the problem of price. Why farmers don't participate in the market, it was because they were not getting good prices. But what was the gap there? Did they have good access to market information and those? But at that time, we measured that to be that farmers were getting about 50% of the price. Without that knowledge, we started that intervention from 2002 to make sure that part of KYD work becomes to support farmers in terms of market information. I don't know how to go back, but I made a mistake. I went forward here. So one of the things that also happened as an spillover from our work in livestock auctions is that we were able to facilitate the establishment of a black-owned auction company which is operational in KwaZulu-Natal as we speak. The provinces have done the same, establishing them in different provinces, and we are expecting Northwest, I think on Thursday, to be hosting their first auction outside Vryburg with the emerging auctioneers. And KYD should be able to participate in those type of auctions. Now what we have introduced also is that we have created this rapport with auctioneers that after every auction we get the data from the auctioneers and we are able to analyze and see where the pitfalls are. And we can also understand what type of production systems are involved in those areas. We have done it in KwaZulu-Natal, and I think we are also doing it in all provinces. And what we can tell is to be very transparent with farmers to say, in terms of what the market was offering, based on the RPO data, this is what you got compared to what the prices were. So we have done it in two places in KwaZulu-Natal. And what is interesting is that based on the demand for certain classes of animals, we also identify that some of the animals that farmers are selling do get prices that are higher than the market price. Our last focus area is our internship. So from 2012, we introduced an internship where we make an intake of 38 graduates on the principle that 50% of them will be females. So when we do the shortlisting, we shortlist 50% females, 50% males. When we did the last intake in 2023, the females constituted 68% of the people who made it through to become our interns. What is the impact of this program? In the past years, 2017, 2016, some of them who didn't get jobs directly from the internship program would go through the NERPO program, and that would be another stepping stone. And our turnover rate in terms of people getting jobs was very high. What is something to celebrate? One of them started to do commercial farming. He's a commercial farmer in the Free State, Mr. Bafana Mashao, a former intern, straight from internship into commercial farming, and he's still been there doing that. And some of them are into communal farming in different provinces. How do we deal with issues of governance in KYD? In absentia, we have Mr. Sanele Mbele from KwaZulu-Natal, who is the chair of the KYD Advisory Council, which advises us on annual performance plans, on priorities that are also bounced with provinces, and we make sure that most of them we follow. That we have established in 2014 and is still ongoing now. How do we then make sure that we also coordinate with provincial departments? We have, since 2020, introduced a gradual integration of KYD program with provincial program. So at district level, when a district makes a program, KYD must also make sure that that program, their plan for that month is also included there. They are part of the district's planning meetings, and they have a flexible program where, for example, in KwaZulu-Natal, when there was an outbreak and they would want to go and deal with the outbreak, they would then have to focus on that type of work. What are the lessons that we have learned in our 17 years? One of the critical lessons here is that this observation that when we use a different method of calculating the off-takes, instead of off-take using the head exit, we can determine the shrinkage of heads. And in terms of intervention, we think that we should focus on promoting good or optimal head composition among small head, and that should form part of our extension strategies. We should focus on how to support new entrant auctioneers as an option to expand the market for smallholder farmers. There are risks that we must also manage in terms of how they are going to survive in the competitive market of being auctioneers. And that one of the solutions could be, how do we make sure that we also at the same time support the establishment of buyers, emerging buyers and processors. In terms of what Dr. Sitibe presented earlier on, we are working on making sure that we take forward the virtual training platform that we have created in 2020 to make sure that we can do that, and extended officers can use that to get their farmers in their offices and then invite ARC to conduct training from wherever we are. That will be the expert online. There is something also that has to do with our innovation, to say how do we make sure that this internship program as an outcome, one of the new things that happens is that how do they become part of a new type of jobs that we can create to support development in animal recording. Example, we could have them as animal recording and head management service providers. And the last one is, how do we make sure that, based on the 4IR that Dr. Steve also presented, do we strengthen the livestock associations that are an interface between us and farmers to become legal entities in the form of cooperatives or whatever entity, and that we use virtual platform to make sure that we reduce the administrative burden. Chairperson, I want to thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Mutiang, for that informative presentation on KYD that really takes a look at the performance of our flagship program and what we have learned over the 17 years it's been running formally and all of that. Definitely, there are a few things that will need our attention as we go forward. That, Mama Bulu, anything you want to add, or shall I carry on? Okay, thank you. I know this is what is called in the industry where shifts are worked. They call this the graveyard shift, the third of 3 shifts if you are doing 3 shifts. This is a graveyard shift. I know your blood sugar levels and concentration levels are running low, I do know that. But I hope you've got enough in the tank to ask a couple of questions for clarity or just to stimulate debate. I can see Dr. Chaminuka is giving me an inquiring look. I'm not even sure what I've done now to deserve to be on this shift. And then now she has the audacity to tell me to stop now. I'm not going to do that, Petronel. I'm bigger than you. And a couple of questions, we'll allow a couple of questions. We've done very well on time. We've saved you loads of time. We presented in half the time that you allocated us. I think you need to give these colleagues on the podium a very big round of applause. Please put your hands together for them. Forget about Dr. Chaminuka. Couple of questions, colleagues. Any questions or there's nothing left in the tanks? Please, tell us who your name is and tell us who the question is intended for. Thank you. I'll just take a maximum of 3 questions. Maximum 3 questions. Not from one person.
Wow, I was getting excited there because I've got a mouthful to say. I'm going to try and keep it short.
That is tell you that no preambles, nothing.
I was about
ask
to say,
why, who, what, that's it.
No. You gave your panelists all the time. You will give me this deserved time, unfortunately. I'm actually grateful that it's not the DDG here and it's you, so I will take this. Because I need to provide context to my questions. Okay. The name is Pindim Somi. I'm in the space of hydroponics farming and water management. So context is important for me. Why hydroponics farming and water management? We sat the whole day hearing about the challenges to the environment, to water, to land. Yet I haven't heard anything that talks about alternative farming solutions. I know CSIR has a few, I think some of them have been debilitated where they tried hydroponics. UP has a lot of research around that. I'd like to ask, is it possible that the ARG and this sort of consortium with the DALRRD can look at an alternative type of farming? I know that people think it's intensive in terms of cost, but it has changed. I've just completed my doctorate in 4IR for specifically in farming for women. Obviously, I spoke to only women farmers. What can I say? I'm a feminist. But is it possible that we can look at this in a bigger context, because it not only solves the water challenge, it solves our land issue, the degradation of land. It solves so many things that we can look at. And most of them, the new technology doesn't require energy, because I do not think that we are giving enough resource to research more into aeroponics, hydroponics in terms of how we can tap into them as an alternative farming source. The last question that I want to ask, I'm providing shorter context. The first is, can we work together to get more research around that, or loop in CSIR because they'd already started with this? The last presenter, I love the fact that there's a lot said about the cattle, the KYD project, and taking it back to the farmers. Out of the 489 women I spoke to during my research, whom 150 are into hydroponics farming, none of them have been contacted by any of, this is just Gauteng, any of the researchers in terms of understanding what they do, how they do it, and the impact of hydroponics in the sector. Somebody needs to speak to us. I think somebody needs to speak to us, and I'd like to implore this collaboration to try and do that, please. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm in a good mood today. I will take the 2 questions about hydroponics and all of that, I was given a clear set of marching orders, and it did not include hydroponics. I know the ARC is very big on hydroponics. I don't think, though I'm smart enough to talk about them, one of the smarter colleagues will probably say a thing or two about hydroponics. I think let me park that until we have addressed the issues that we were dealing with during this session, but I do promise that we will bring someone up onto the podium to say a thing or two about hydroponics. Thank you very much. I hope you're happy with that approach. Anybody else? The lady? Please announce your name and tell us who the question is intended for. You can indicate what institution you're coming from, if you're coming from from an institution.
Okay, my name is Dr. Aida Risenga. I'm from the School of Animal, Plant and Environmental Sciences at Wits University. So my question is about the talk about conservation. That was a very interesting talk. So my question is around how do you incorporate indigenous knowledge systems in terms of how you conserve all of these various species? Have you sourced out indigenous knowledge on how things used to be conserved in the past? Because I believe it doesn't start now. It has been there, but have you sourced some form of indigenous knowledge systems to incorporate it into your conserving our biodiversity? Thank you.
The question on IKS, you guys will tackle it, ne? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Lusenga, for the question. Yes, sir?
Thank you, Doc.
That's the last question, ne?
My name is Usbong Senogan Demand. I'm with the National Department of Agriculture. The question I have actually spans from my colleague who presented on 4IR, goes all over to the colleagues that are dealing with biodiversity and as well as the national assets. I think as a country, we've got a huge cohort of unemployed graduates, which is the bright minds that are sitting out there in the cold. What type of incubation programs do we have, either to incubate them to the smart high-tech businesses that will service the value chains, some of them into the bioprospecting, as you have actually done now, the study from Sanbi, so that we can deal with this issue of unemployment, poverty and inequality in our country. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ndimande. Okay, let's start with the IKS one, and then we can talk about the job opportunities one. Not job, but job creation opportunities. Thank you.
So thanks for those questions. They're very critical. For the indigenous knowledge systems, it's very, very important. So what work we've done, Sanbi's at the moment developing a proposal to have an indigenous knowledge center within our institution. So it's a big priority for us. But one of the tangible examples I can give you is our medicinal plants that are used. There's over 2,000 in the country that are used and 500 that are regularly traded in all the markets. So we've worked with traditional healers across South Africa, and we continue to do that work. And instead of just saying, just checking what people are using, we're actually asking which ones have become less, why have they become less, and asking people in their experience where and why they've become less. And the huge story that comes out is not that people are overutilizing our medicinal plants, but that there's very few places to still harvest them. And so now, because of change of land to formal agriculture, a lot of urban development, rural development, etc. So there's not enough place to harvest anymore. And so we're now working with those healers to actually grow the right plants, and the ARC campus at Nelspruit is growing using tissue culture to grow thousands and thousands of individuals for us. And then we distribute it to the healers, and then they grow it themselves, because that's the best way. We've done work on showing that nurseries are very hard to get right. but actually healers can grow their own plants and use them. So that's work we're doing with ARC, and it's working very well. But another area we're looking at for Indigenous knowledge is actually places that are critically important for cultural purposes. And those places are being lost all over the country. So where do people do baptisms? Where do they do different rituals? Where is nature important? And nobody knows that. So we map our agriculturally important areas, we map our biodiversity important areas, but what about culturally significant areas? Where are they, and who's actually given any attention to them? So there's heritage sites, we know old grave sites and things like that, but we haven't actually looked at including, when we do planning, spatial development planning, are we including culturally significant areas? So that's a new work that we're going to bring into our next National Biodiversity Assessment. And we're looking for partners. So if FITS is interested, we'd be very happy to work with you. Any other universities, if ARC is interested in that, we're looking for partners. And we'll have a workshop in April. I can do a little bit of the answer on the other one if you want.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so in terms of the problem with these amazing educated youth that we have that are not in the economic sector yet, the Department of Environment Affairs is at just about to release for public comment the biodiversity economy strategy, where we're looking at how to create thousands of jobs around biodiversity. And there's many different ideas there. It's really worth looking at. From a lot of wildlife farming, for example, growing of medicinal species, biotrade species, bioprospecting species, those ones where there's medicines that haven't been used. There's a whole lot of components there. It looks very exciting, and whether we'll be able to pull it off and have the resources to do it, I think we're going to need some good partnerships to get the resources to flow where it needs to. But the strategy is looking promising, so have a look at that. I think it should come out any day now, like next week or two, for public comment. Thanks.
I know Dr. Chaminuka is not supposed to take instructions from me. It's supposed to be the other way around, but I'll turn the tables on air. You want to say something on the incubation? I'm only asking, you don't have to say yes. You're gonna save yourself the embarrassment of having me waffle about something that I don't know much about. So, please. You want me to waffle?
No, I was going
okay.
to ask that you call Marietta and Dr. Monti to speak to those two issues.
The issues on? Yeah. I know there's something we're doing, but I'm just not smart enough to articulate it properly. Dr. Mutsi and Marietta, please come to the podium. Incubation first, and then Dr. Mutsi, please, and then Marietta can come and talk about hydroponics. Or if you want to do it the other way around, it's fine with me. That's a payment for making me make an announcement for you. That's a payment paid in full.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone, and thank you for the question. Yes, the ARC definitely does research on hydroponics. We have a whole hydroponic setup here at Roodeplaat, so we do various research on different types of systems, mainly leafy vegetables, but also on fruit vegetables, herbs, and so on. So you are welcome then to discuss with me later today, this evening, or even tomorrow during the day. Thank you.
Happiness? Yes. Dr. Mutsi.
Thank you. So the ARC is interested to assist individuals that are interested perhaps to be incubated, but it's one of the topics that we'll be discussing on Wednesday, because incubation requires a lot of funding. But when we get such requests, it's something that we are able to look into because we want to expand the commercialization model of the ARC. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's just put our hands together for the last time for these colleagues on the stage. Dr. Chaminoga is shouting me off the stage, and I will get off the stage. And thank you very much once again to the presenters and to the audience that is here with us in person and those that are joining us online. Thank you very much. You've been a very good audience. I can carry on for another 20 minutes. You've been very good. Thank you. Oh, okay. Dr. Sitibe. Thank you, my good brother. Dr. Mamabulu. Thank you, my good. No more smiling for your beautiful. He's not getting. No, you will get. You will get. You will definitely.
There's another lost and found.
Someone's just donated a phone to me. Who's keeping the lost and found items? Who's gonna keep the lost and found items, Dr. Chaminuka?
By the registration.
Okay. At registration, anyone is missing a phone, we've got it in our lost and found box at registration. And there's a set of keys. Is it car keys? Yeah. Thank you very much. Once again, enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you, Dr. Chaman.
Thank you. Just in terms of the next program, we're moving into the next room. They're already waiting for us. We will take the tea and the tea break from there, just so we can be able to cover the lost time. Dr. Fenter, can you confirm that you're ready to begin in the next room? Okay, all right, you will start now. Thank you. Over to you then.
The next event will start first with a bit more talk in this venue, and then we will move to the next one for the celebration. So,
First year.
but
Oh, you want
coffee.
Them, you want them to go for coffee first?
Okay.
Okay, tell them.
So then it's, we will start at 6:10. If you can just grab something to drink, and then we come back. So it's 15 minutes. 15 minutes, so 6:10.
Okay, so colleagues, we will be back here at 18:15. 15 minutes past 6. We can just come back, so grab a cup of coffee and then rejoin us here for the 75-year celebrations.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to start shortly with the last session, and then we can continue with the celebrations with the food and drinks. So please return to the lecture hall.
Guys, we'll start at 6:30. 6:30, we're going to start the next session. So we just ask that everybody is back in their seats at 6:30, please. Then we're going to start with the last session, and then we'll go out again and continue some snacks and some, hopefully, popping of champagne or whatever we can organize. So 6:30, thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, we have to start. There's a lot of people that wants to leave. So let's please get back to the lecture hall. I'm asking that all the speakers come to the front. First, Prof. Michael Baru, Mr. Flip Stein, Dr. Sunette Lori, Dr. Julia Mudlabisani, and Dr. Sonia Venter. So thank you all for those that stayed for our wonderful celebration, 75 years of research of potato and sweet potato here at Roodeplaat within the ARC. This event was a side event specifically to celebrate the value of the public research that's contributing to the industry, the role of our research to the development of the sector for these two crops, as well as the role the ARC played to smallholder farmer development. Our research is aiming to create a national self-reliable system for seed and propagation material for these crops. Thank you. My speaker set. No. Sorry, that's my bad. Okay, great. All the speakers are settled down. And apology, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Marie Truter. I'm currently the acting senior manager of the host campus, the ARC Vegetables, Industrial Medicinal Plants. But I'm also fortunate to have the actual senior manager with us, but I will introduce the speakers as they come up. So this celebration event is going to basically be in two parts. We have a short storytelling for each individual that will talk about our past and current research, and then we will also have some visuals in terms of the posters as well as the slideshows, and then the last part of the event is the celebration of the latest cultivars that will be released and handed over. So I'm going to can then proceed to introduce the first speaker. So Prof. Michael Baru is the Divisional Manager of the Roots, Tubers and Bulbous Crops Research Program within the campus, as well as the Manager of the Genetic Sources for Vegetable and Industrial Medicinal Plants. And he will talk a general overview on the importance of public research. So thank you, Prof. Michael.
Good afternoon or good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much. I will be very short and brief. And this morning we were given a very good lesson by our DDG, and we were told that we must explain the what and the why part in everything that we do. And briefly I will do that, and I will let my researchers and my scientists to get us through the actual story of research. Today we are celebrating, potato and sweet potato are really a reason for us to celebrate, but by and large, today we are celebrating the value of public research. And when we talk about public research, what are really those things that government cannot really afford to leave on private sector hands, or things that government must do? Things like the conservation and sustainable use of genetic resources, plant and animal breed development, agricultural risk mitigation and prediction models, soil health and sustainability issues as well as some futuristic core research which will inform our future technology development programs. This kind of research really need to remain within the hands of government, and we sincerely appreciate the 75 plus years of support that we have received within the root and tuber crops research program. Why government need to really take custody of these programs or programs of research is precisely because the number one, the vast majority of population cannot really afford to pay for R&D products and services. The more we leave R&D products and services for the private sector, the more we deprive the public from accessing those R&D products and services. We also know that plant genetic resources, breeding, these are long-term programs, long-term research programs. Primarily, they are not really of interest of investment for the private sector. If you see within the private sector research, for example, they would rather import inbred lines. If I tell, for example, the onion example from our side, we have private onion research programs in the country. They don't do inbred lines, they don't do cytoplasmic male sterility. And instead, we do that through 10 and 15, 20 years of long research. Then they license our mothers and fathers that we develop, and then they take the shortcut to produce their hybrids within 24 months, and then they make money out of it. So those key defining research that happen in public sector are long-term, and they are of no interest to private sector, and therefore government really need to take control of. Another important reason why this research must stay with government is the issue of biosecurity and responding to national disasters. If the genetic resource management, quarantine services, and breeding, if these are not controlled within government, in situations of crisis, climate change, or crop failure, then a complete collapse of food system might occur. For that reason, we strongly support and recommend that this type of research remains within the government institutions. Another equally important reason, especially in the context of South Africa, is sector transformation. If this crop development research, today for example, we are going to launch cultivars. Imagine those cultivars were developed by a private sector company. They will license them, and then the public would not have access to those cultivars. But because they are publicly funded cultivars, through our seed system development, the broader agricultural public of the country can have access to them in an equitable way without any kind of discrimination, if I may put it that way. I will finalize the why part, by saying two additional things. The first is what I borrowed from the DDG this morning. When government funds research, the scientists can focus on doing what they do best. And that way, if government funds those kind of core research programs, then it will be possible for government to define the national research agenda. I think that is why we need to have those kind of relationships strengthened. Coming to our today's story, I think my friends will elaborate more, but since the start of the potato and sweet potato research program, after the Second World War, when the whole world was shut down and seed imports, everything was impossible, those baby steps that were taken are what actually brought today's sweet potato and potato industries in South Africa. If you go to the various private sectors of potato and sweet potato, go to various laboratories, you will find either former managers or former laboratory technicians or former researchers of this institution. So in a way, government, by funding these programs over the years, it has not only provided support for public research, it has also created the enabling mechanisms and tools for the development of a vibrant private sector institutions. Through these processes, we have heard this morning from the CEO of Potato South Africa, the total land covered in potato, for example, over the last 30 years, have reduced by more than 10,000 hectares. but productivity has increased by a few million bags of potato. So that is when you have tens of thousands of land is freed for another purpose, whereas your productivity is increased significantly. That is a demonstration of the value of investment on research. That is why now we say the average is 50 tons, but I have spoken to farmers who have reached 85, 86, 87,000 tons of potatoes within the South African agriculture sector. With that, I would like to leave the podium for my friends to tell us the real story. We have some young, old, in between who have all the story built up with. I think with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Byru. Our next speaker is Mr. Flip Stein, potato breeder, entrepreneur, and now currently a specialist researcher in our enterprise development. Thank you, Flip.
Thank you, Doc. You know, it was, if I look back at my life, I started in the potato breeding program back in 1986. And it was quite different then than it was, or that it is today. And what was nice is that the potato industry has always been kind to me, and I really enjoyed it. And so yeah, it's fun for me looking back at where we come from. So if we look at potatoes in, yeah, I've just got to sort this thing out. Okay, if we look at potatoes, it originated from the Andes. And from the Andes, it then moved to Europe. Now, if you look at the gene pool in the potatoes, it is said that whatever the world would throw at potatoes, the gene pool is big enough to get to grips to everything. So, and I think with the global warming, we're really testing it. So it's up to us breeders to make sure that we will get to where we want to be with the work. And luckily, the breeding with the new developments and stuff is picking up. So if we look at the world stats, I mean, the Spanish conquistadors, they actually took the potatoes out to Europe back in the 1600s. But back then, the potatoes was, you know, the people weren't trusting this crop and so on. But as time went on, Europe started looking at the crop newly. It gives good yields, it gives good qualities and so on. And it went even so far that if you look at the Irish potatoes at the island, grew a lot of potatoes, and the communities in Ireland really depended on it. And then back in the 1845s, the Irish famine, it was basically late blight, devastated the crops in Ireland because it was mainly one variety grown, and this crop had no resistance to late blight. And it is said that this event that took place back then, coming back to the biodiversity that Professor Byru talked about, shows us what the impact was of this loss in the migration or the immigration of people all over the world. And they said that this was the single biggest event in the history of man that made people spread all over the world. So it had a good, it spread people. But the next spread of potatoes came through the Columbian exchange, and that really took a few years. But it is said that potatoes in South Africa basically came from the Netherlands down to South Africa. But if you look at all the early seed imports, that's all from Britain, Scotland, Ireland. So if we look at the potatoes in a nutshell, then you'll see that over the years, and you buy a book lately, or well, the last couple of years, where all the varieties that is on the variety lists of the different countries is published in. So you're looking at thousands. I think the last time I looked at the book, we were close to 3,000 varieties. So it's a massive amount of work that the breeders are putting into this crop to make it suitable to the consumers. So each potato variety will have different texture, different taste, different characteristics, and different flavors. But in South Africa, we do not utilize that very much. It's mainly one or two varieties always that is there, that you buy off the shelf. So we would always joke and say, if you get into a grocery, you can choose mondial from 3 different farms instead of 3 different varieties. So that is how it is. So over the years, the breeding got the potato varieties adapted pretty good. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. But potatoes are recognized for their yields. It's recognized for the carbohydrates, vitamin C, potassium, and also fiber. So it is a very good crop that you have. So every country has its own history, and I'd likely touch on that. So as I said, potatoes came in very long ago, and if you look at the Second World War, there was no tractors in South Africa, so people planted still with oxen or other animals, planted, harvested. So it was very hard work back then. But during the Second World War, the German U-boats, started scuttling ships and so on, and that had a big influence on ships coming down to Cape Town, exporting fruit to Europe and bringing potato seed back. And as I said, that most of the potato seed was really from Ireland and Scotland, and mainly Scotland, that came through. And so we were really reliant in the potato industry from this imported seed. And because of the World War, we didn't get the import of seed anymore. So the seed deteriorated due to virus infections, and it became so bad that the government at that stage said to Dr. van der Planck, listen here, you need to go and find us some clean seed. And that is where the whole program and this change in industry started, was back then with Dr. van der Planck looking for clean seed. So one of the things that he said, and that was the idea going around in the world, that potatoes are a cool weather crop because it comes from the Andes in South America. It's a cold weather crop, and the only way to keep the seed clean is to multiply the seed at a high altitude. So the old potato board had a farm up in Lydenburg there at the Longtom Pass, just before you go down the Longtom Pass, and it's 2,000 meters above sea level. So that was a very good area for them to produce seed. So Dr. van der Planck got some cleaner seed somewhere in Natal in one of the ridges, high areas, and he took it there and they started with a multiplication there. But now another interesting thing is that if you look at Lydenburg, it's very highly situated, high rainfall, so they could produce potatoes there without irrigation because of the high rainfall, and also the aphid pressure and the virus pressures was very low in that area. And the first commercial productions of mini tubers was done at Heidelberg, at Lydenburg. But I remember my very first visit going out to Lydenburg. At that stage, they weren't doing tissue culture plants. They were doing stem cuttings in pots and so on. So that was quite interesting for me. I was still a young researcher, and we went out to do that. The photos that you see now is basically at Lydenburg a year or two back that I took those plants. And it's really a good area to produce seed. But as I said, at the time, the idea was that you have to produce it at high altitudes to reduce the virus risk, and then also it's a cool weathered crop. But then Dr. van der Planck, he was situated at the Union buildings. Now, if you remember, if you see there on the left-hand corner, or on your side, I presume the right-hand corner, and that we called, what was that thing? That building there was called Vredehuis. And I think that is where Dr. van der Planck worked. So he did his research in the gardens of the Union building. So the Union building has quite a good history with potato production. And then what Dr. van der Planck found out that if you go in the warmer parts of the year, then the aphids disappear. So the warmer it gets, the more the aphids disappear. So then he started thinking, but listen here, if I use this, maybe we can produce potatoes in warmer areas, and then we can get rid of the viruses, or we don't get infestations. So that was the idea. So the Union buildings, and I think there's now a slide somewhere missing here. Do you see the slide with the Union buildings? Identified the potato breeding program 1941. Is that the slide on the board? Yeah, but that's what I did. Oh, there it went now. Okay, so in 1941, Dr. van der Planck already identified that we need to have a breeding program in South Africa. And then in 1947, the program was registered. And the budget at that stage was £500. That was 1,000 rand at the day. So I remember from when I was very little is that we always talked that it was 2 rand to a pound. So now where do we sit today? 24, whatever rands to a pound. I mean, somewhere something didn't add up. But anyhow, so the program, the official start was 1947. And now the interesting thing is that as I said just now, the crosses was made in the gardens of the Union Building. So if anybody told you that's where the potato program started, or the breeding program, you would think, no, somewhere something is missing. But anyhow, so the crosses was made at the Union Building, then it went to Buffelspoort. Now Buffelspoort is here on the way to Rustenburg. Buffelspoort is there, so the first generation, so the certification system in South Africa thinks they're very clever. They started with a G0 and G1s and G2s and 2. Dr. van der Planck thought that out way back. So the first generation in the field was then planted at Buffelspoort. Then from Buffelspoort it went to Bethlehem, and then it went back to Buffelspoort for 2 generations. So in each of these generations, they were selecting and making the lines less and less and less. And then the 5th generation again at Bethlehem. Now the Institute of Small Grain, situated at Bethlehem, this is where this took part in Bethlehem. So the ARC was involved, although it wasn't the ARC, it was still the department, from way along on the Bethlehem campus. So BP1 was one of the first varieties that Dr. van der Planck registered. And because he thought, and he was right, that BP1 was very suited to Natal at that stage. He released it in Natal, and he used Sedara Agricultural College. At that stage, it was just a training center. He used that. And the reason why he released BP1 in Natal was because it was well suited for the area. The people there was young and vibrant. Mr. Brian Young, and I'm not sure if he's still alive today. I know him, but it was quite a long way that I had contact with him. Brian Young was very involved in it, and then also the other thing is that the seed schemes in Natal was very good organized, and those were the reasons that he started. So from there, it went then to the rest of the other growing areas. Okay, so when did the breeding program came to Roodeplaat? So Dr. van der Planck was given the instruction in 1966, hey, Boet, hand this over to Roodeplaat. So that is what happened back in 1966. It came to Roodeplaat, still the department, as you see. We only established in 1990, but the breeding program was here before the ARC. But if you look back now, you would see that BP1 was really the most successful variety ever grown in South Africa. It went to over 80% of all potatoes grown in South Africa at one stage was BP1. So pretty impressive. Now the last varieties from Dr. van der Planck's work was R100 and Buffelspoort, and that was released in 1980 and 1991. So okay, if we look at the support, so the next area for me is after it was handed over, 1967 to 2010, and around about the 1990s, the potato producers came in on board, or the potato board at that stage. And then at that stage, they funded, the agreement was that they would fund the work that we do 30%, and they would own the varieties at 30% as well. So that all worked well. And the program ran pretty good, and the program also became much bigger. So instead of only those 5 generations that we talked about now, it now went, we had about 8 generations just as the breeding, and then 3 generations, we called it the elite variety trials, and that was planted all over South Africa in 39 different areas and seasons. So that was pretty widely planted in South Africa. And so you can think we as breeders and technicians and so on at that stage, we were moving quite a bit in the country doing these trials and so on. And it was really nice. So in the end, at the end of the 2010 period, I calculated, and I saw that we planted 455 elite variety trials, and that is a lot. So we really had a good team. I looked at the first European conference I went to. I think we had something like 23 contributions at that conference, lectures, and it was in Paris. That was a glorious event. So I think it was 23, if I remember correctly, posters and so on. So what we said is that if you go over as a researcher to give a talk, you will also do 2 or 3 posters as well. So we really contributed a lot. So in that time period, we released 24 varieties. Okay, after that, in 2010, part of that era as well is that the Netherlands came to the Institute and said, but can we evaluate some Dutch varieties? So we did do that for quite a few years. We trialed it for over 10 years. We had the varieties from Holland in 80 different trials. And from these varieties that was released, because of the work done at this institute, is Fiana, Lady Rosetta, and Mondial. And still today, Mondial has planted 50% of the market. So it was an immense contribution from the institute to the industry in making these things known and released. And people don't often know that, and that is why I'm stressing it. If you look at Mondial, and at the time it was funny, is that NIFA, the organization, and NIFA is the equivalent as the potato board on this side, they actually want us to commercialize Mondial back then, and we said, no, you know what, we're researchers, we're not in that area of field. And looking back, maybe we should have said, yes, okay, let's do it. But anyhow, if you look at the recent era from 2010, 2024, and why do I name 2010, is because the industry came back to the institute in 2010 and said, you know, we've got some complaints from the seed houses that the levy that they pays for the funding of the breeding program, or partly a funding of the breeding program. So they basically funding their competition. And then at that stage, then the industry then decided not to fund the breeding program. So that was really a bad blow for the breeding program. So it was so bad that we dropped basically the elite and the scarce trials. Now the scarce trials was where we evaluated the really good varieties on a hectare block at different farmers to see what the performance is. So we dropped that. And we went for 2 or 3 years into just a plain maintenance mode, just to recap and see where we're going. And yeah, I must really say that Dr. Venter, that's on the panel here, really contributed a lot towards saving or keeping the breeding program alive in the ARC. And I also thank the ARC for doing that. So if we look at what happened after that, so we started with the breeding program, but if you look at the old breeding program before 2010, we were planting around about 80,000 to 100,000 seedlings a year on the field. Whereas today, if I get to 10,000, I'm happy. So it's much released, much smaller. So we released 2 varieties this year, and not this year, from this period, and we will also release 4 more varieties that is already identified. So I'm just going to show the varieties. I'm not going to speak about them. The new varieties that is available is 1301, and we were very clever. When we register the varieties, we put the ARC in front, so that if you go and look on the variety list, ARC comes up right in front. So that was a real, and I must say, that was unfortunately in the period that I wasn't here that they thought that out, but that was super, I mean, I must say. so yeah, ARC PTO 1301, and then 1302 was released still by Arno. And then after he left, he stayed in the program after he retired for quite a few years, so I took over from him, and that it is really a big honor to have worked with Arno. When I started on the bee breeding program, Dr. van der Plank also was still alive, but I never met him. And I'm looking back and I say, that's really a pity. I should have, and I knew Arno went to him once, and I should have tagged along, and I didn't. So I'm bad. It's like when Queen was in South Africa. I never went to watch them until today. I'm bad. I'm sorry that I didn't do that. But anyhow, it's done. So those are the 2 last varieties that Arno released. And then we decided with the next 2 varieties, we're going to call it the names of 2 of our breeders. So Arno, ARC Arno was released, and also ARC Freek. And Freek was Dr. Venter's father, and he played an immense role in potatoes, not only at the Institute, but also in the Development Trust at Potato South Africa. So if we look at the 3 different areas, in Dr. van der Plank's period, BP1 van der Plank, Buffelspoor, Tack Fillers, Late Harvest, 890, 20, Kimberley's Choice, and R100 was released. Now, today you can still get BP1 and Van der Plank. You could get by Buffelspoort still, also 3 years ago, you would still get Buffelspoort as well. So a big impact. In the era of Dr. De Plooy and Visser, 24 varieties released. The most known of those varieties was Sandvelder, Nandi, Darius, and Karen. And then me and the new breeder, Dr. Mbuma, we have now released 2 varieties with another 4 that is scheduled for this year. So to conclude, I would like to say this: the potato breeding program really has a rich history, and I really hope that it is something that will develop bigger and better. If I look at the modern technologies, there's definitely room there for. But I think that potato or plant breeders' rights is a good thing on the one side, but it's also a bad thing on the other side. Because what happened in the potato industry is that because of plant breeders' rights, you got individuals that, or individual companies that was now influencing basically the decision makers, and that stopped the breeding programs funding. So, and you also get these big conglomerates. So, and I think the ARC and the government and the Department of Agriculture has, you know, the size of the breeding program and the money behind it. Today, we can change that. Because, I mean, breeding varieties, as Dr. Byro also said, it really needs to get to the people that needs it. And that is where we need to get it out. Yes, we'd love everybody to use it, but it really needs to get to the people who needs it. So South Africa needs to promote locally bred lines or varieties. And we need to look at these mechanisms on how we're going to do that. Not just for the table, but also for the producers as well, the processors. And I know McCain Foods has gone a far way in accommodating our breeding lines and our breeding varieties, but more needs to be done. So, Mr. Chairman, or Chair Lady, I'd like to finish this, is that the research and the breeding cornerstone of a healthy, research and breeding is the cornerstone of a healthy industry. And this is well demonstrated by the effect that the work that Dr. van der Plank did on the progress of the potato industry in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Flip, for that history on the potato research. Our next speaker is Dr. Sunette Lorry, which is a specialist researcher in plant breeding of sweet potato. So thank you, Dr. Lorry.
Good evening. I hope you are ready to just hear the journey on sweet potato. I just want to tell you of how it was before it started in 1952, and then where we are actually today. Okay, I think my colleagues will also give out to you some pamphlets since we didn't prepare a formal presentation. So, in the years before 1952, there were some traditional selections which mostly were more crooked and had veins and had poor quality and low yields. So it was clear that it would be good to start a breeding program, and that was done by Mr. Toby Hubert. At that time, they also imported material from the US and crossed it with those local selections and started to release cultivars in 1958, of which the first one was Mafuta, which was a nice sweet and dry variety, and it was quite popular on the informal market. But they continued with Mr. Hubert, and in the end he released a total of 10 varieties. Some of those are Bosbok and Ribbok. The Bosbok is a purple one, purple skin and white fleece, and Ribbok the white fleece with a little bit pinky skin, which was grown in the Cape. So since 1980, actually a big change came into sweet potato breeding with the development of the polycross system, where you don't have to do hand crosses, which was very tedious and you only got a few seeds from it. Now you could just plant various parents and those are cross-pollinated, and it enabled them to harvest 5,000 to 10,000 seeds to go plant out and do selections. And that was the big change that also came in about here when Dr. Ian de Plooy and Andre van der Berg took over the program. They fondly tells me about this. I mean, you can imagine 10,000 seedlings. It was like this whole area where the Congress is full of seedlings. And they found this one with this enormous roots, purple skin with white flesh. And that was the one you all see in the shops, Blesbok. It's got excellent quality roots, excellent export quality, and within 10 years it basically took over probably 80–90% of the market. So that was really one of those big breakthroughs, and it didn't come lightly because they also started at that time to do a lot of multi-location trials and a lot of agronomic research. Then I joined just shortly around 1994. That was at the time of the political change in South Africa. So we embarked into quite a new system to look at sweet and dry cultivars for the informal market. And on those we developed, the crosses we did is to use some of the older material, imported African varieties, and cross those, and we were able to select Ndou and Munate, which are white, cream-fleshed and cream-skinned varieties, which you still see today on the informal market. Is quite popular. Then the next phase was when people realized that vitamin A deficiency is a national health problem in South Africa. So we were then developing some orange fresh varieties with a sweet and dry taste. The imported ones were just not well adapted, and that's why we made crosses with those material with the Ndou and Munate. And we released some varieties called Bopelu, Impilu, and later also Kumo. And those played a big role in addressing vitamin A deficiency, but also just as a product on the market, and also the processing ability of those varieties. Then since 2017, the program broadened up again with more facets, including, for instance, Fusarium wilt tolerance in a Blesbok type of variety, because although Blesbok is an excellent variety, the biggest drawback is that it's sensitive to Fusarium wilt. One of those, and other traits like more commercial type of orange varieties, and even now looking at purple-fleshed varieties for the high beta-carotene content. So all in all, 33 varieties were released from the program. The latest ones that we are boasting about is also ARC, but this is ARC SP. So those are ARC SP7, which is orange variety with very good storability and can probably also go for export. It can go for processing as well as for the local market. We also have ARC SP10, which is similar but with a purple skin, very attractive oblong-shaped variety. And then also ARC SP11, which look a little bit like Blesbok. It's got quite a high yield and some moderate tolerance to Fusarium wilt. So yes, where did we come from? From very low yields and poor quality. Today you see the Blesbok everywhere on the market, although there are some imported varieties coming in. But for instance, one wine grower in Venda told me last week, if you go to Makonde market in Venda, about 80% what is sold in terms of sweet potato are the ARC varieties. And of that, 50% is Kumo, our orange fresh variety. So I think it just gives a lot of satisfaction to actually be able to reach people with the product that can make a difference. But I sincerely want to thank all the support personnel. I mean, it's not just the breeders, and we now have a new breeder, Mapaseka Malabana, that's joined the team last year. So we can just thank all the support personnel, the funders, as well as stakeholders to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Laurie, for that interesting take on the sweet potato research at WIMP. Our next speaker is Dr. Julia Mulabesani, which is specialized in virology, and she's going to talk about the important role of variety in the seed system. And without the research, we will most likely not have a seed system. So welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to talk about the importance of virology research in supporting the sweet potato industry. It was already obvious in the 1970s that research is very important. That is when farmers noticed a decline in the sweet potato production, and they attributed that to diseases, which is like viruses. It then informed the initiation of Vine Improvement Scheme, which we now call Disease Indexing Scheme. This one was established in 1972, and it was aimed at providing disease-free planting material to increase productivity. Why is it important? It is very important because co-infection by viruses would result in 30% yield reduction. And this is perpetuated by the cracks which can be formed by these viruses, which affect the cosmetic appearance of the tubers, hence the marketability of the tubers. So grafting was done then alone. How it was done? The ARC bred cultivars were grafted onto the indicator plant, which we call Ipumia setosa. It belongs to the morning glory family. And after we have grafted, we will observe for symptoms for a period of time, like 6 weeks, and then all those cultivars that are showing virus-free or not showing any symptoms will be multiplied and distributed to farmers. So in the 1984, a distinguished man by the name of Mr. Danny Hoffman, as the chair then, he established what we call the National Sweet Potato Vine Grower Association. And the association was to do inspection and give certification of the growers' nursery blocks, meaning they would inspect and give certification before the material or planting materials were released. So it was a well-managed scheme of the ARC Rhodoplat. So from the 1990 to date, identities of viruses of sweet potato were discovered through research using different techniques. This was done by students then who were under the supervision of our retiree, Dr. Graham Thompson. And then those students is myself and Dr. Charles Jericho. And we were able to identify viruses that we say are responsible for the yield reduction. Other students were also trained in this program. Today, tissue culture, serology, and molecular techniques are incorporated in the sweet potato indexing scheme to provide sweet potato virus tested planting material for farmers for an improved production. And that is where we are today. So I would like to thank everyone who is involved in this beautiful work that we are doing to make sure that we do not disseminate viruses and we continue to reduce the production losses. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. And then lastly, our last speaker is the Senior Manager for Vegetables, Industrial and Medicinal Plants, as well as the ARC Coordinator for the DALRRD projects, Dr. Sonja Venter, that will talk about the overview of potato and sweet potato research and the changing dynamics in recent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariette. So I realized earlier today some people were standing between you and food security, and now I'm standing between you and your bed. So I'm going to tell you a little fairy tale, and hopefully you will sleep well this evening after you heard this story. Flip and Sunette and Julia and Mariette and Michael have shared the history and the facts around the industry. So over the years, we saw quite a number of dynamic changes in the research program in this campus. So as much as we celebrate today 75 years of potato and sweet potato research, we actually celebrate 75 years of vegetable research in the country. We have chosen these two crops because they made a significant impact in the industry, but so did tomatoes and the other crops. So for me, it's also a privilege to say that today in this year, we are also celebrating 30 years of research on indigenous vegetables. And this is why I'm saying I'm telling you a fairy tale. We started in the Department of Agriculture with people that planted seed in other people's minds more than 30 years ago, 75 years ago. And when you eat any meal today, you will find something of what was produced from the research work from this campus on your plate. You're going to find a vegetable, a tomato, cabbage, and these days you will also find some of our indigenous crops on your plate. So in the early years, we had significant funding to do our research work, and we had large programs. So in the years of 2010, we hit a sandbank. And we had to go back to the drawing board. We scaled down, we cried long tears, we were sort of stuck in the mud. But what made the difference between giving up and having a possibility for food systems resilience today is a resilient mind. Because the researchers and the managers in the IRC never gave up, never said we can't overcome this challenge. So we begged, we borrowed, we never stole anything. But we did almost everything to keep these research programs going. So when we lost the support, the financial support, we kept things going, but we were still able, the people sitting around this table or these chairs, to release cultivars from a very limited funding base. We lost the support from the industry as well for the funding of the potato program, but we kept their support for the other research that we did for the potato industry. And we made a significant impact on the research, specifically in the area of pest and disease management for the industry. And so we are continuing to do that today. And I'm glad to see that Dirk also stood firm, and he decided to join us even though it is this late from Potato South Africa. So why is this important? If we want to create a diverse food basket, if we want to have resilient communities and resilient people, we need to have a diverse range of nutrition-rich foods. And that is what the team shared with you, is what this campus, this IRC that you have celebrated today, is actually bringing to the table. And in 2021, Mrs. Haragi and the DG came to the IRC and they asked us to please turn around our research programs. And it was a very difficult time for the IRC because our funding in general was decreasing from both government and from the industries and all over. And it was like a real lifeline that were given to us. And we sat around the table, the team, and we decided we're going to take a huge leap of faith. And we really put together a huge program. thinking that maybe the department will be spooked and say, no, this is too much money. But you heard him saying a few times today, do your work. It is my responsibility to look for the funding. So we really want to say that we came full circle. From the days that we were part of the department to the days that we were sort of separated but still part of them, now came full circle, actually being part of them. The last 2 years was a journey for the ARC, and it is still a celebration of potatoes and sweet potatoes, but I had to make it a celebration for the ARC. Because each and every researcher in this institution today can have the funding that they need to do the research that this country needs to ensure that we are going to have a food, secure, and sustainable food systems. And I just want to thank each and every one of you that stayed here this evening. And I hope that this fairy tale will take you to your beds this evening, and that at least for one night, you will sleep well. Because the food system in our country is in the best hands that it can ever be. It's not about the ARC only. It's also about our partners, the universities, the other research institutions. It is a vibrant community of people that are passionate about the work that they do. And I really want to celebrate agriculture this evening and send you home with an official handover of our potato certificates and the sweet potato certificates to the department as a token of our appreciation for the future cultivars that are going to come out from these programs that the department is now supporting. So we have decided we're not going to go back again. We will finish here, and then people can celebrate at their own time after we have finalize this process. So I want to just request Mrs. Arachi and the CEO and the chairperson of our council to please receive the certificates from the breeders and then officially hand them over to Mr. Arachi. Thank you. He is. So firstly, I will allow Dr. Sunette Laurie, who is our sweet potato breeder, to hand over the sweet potato cultivar certificates. Yeah. Julia, come. We will all stand, but you can. And then Flipstein will hand over our potato cultivar certificates.
Jeanette handed over the pudding, I'm handing over the food.
Colleagues, this brings to an end our formal official program of the day. We apologize for keeping you this long, but we need to be resilient. And we are responsible for the country. So we really need to make sure that we deliver good science. Please do me a favor. In the back, Sunette and Flip developed nice posters to just take you on this journey that they presented. Just before you go, just go there at the back, just look at the posters that in itself also tell a story, and just talk to each other a little bit more. Share some information that you might have or some other contacts. Tell us who you want to work with so that we can develop the next set of projects with our partners. So I'm officially CEO on your behalf, chairperson on your behalf. I'm officially closing the session. Oh! Yes, there are a few beds, if you need beds. Thank you, Theo. Okay, colleagues, we are starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So once more, I hope you sleep well after the fairy tale. Mariet, ek het jou pen.
takes over, saying all There's endless possibilities in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine on two lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above, and we get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. Let's take a slow and easy ride. Just lay back and let love take us over. There's magic here with you and I, and it's gonna take us all the way. Let's find some kind of deeper conversation. And darling, if it's right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine on two lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above. We'll get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. A night like this may never come again, and you won't want this night to end. Oh baby, we can have it all by the time this night is over. By the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine on two lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above, and we'll get closer, closer, closer by the time this night is over. Gonna wrap my loving arms around you.